It is 5:30 p.m. and I now call to order the Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education meeting. This is the November, what is the date today? 10th? You got to put the date in there for me. Yeah, just 2022nd meeting. Notice of this meeting has been advertised in the Grand Island Independent, which is the district's designated method of giving notice of these meetings. We want those in attendance to know that copies of the Open Meetings Act are available at the entrance to the boardroom. If anyone in attendance is interested in addressing our board, you are welcome to do so. We simply request that you complete the appropriate forms and turn it into us so that you may be recognized during the request to address the board part of our meeting. If you have not already completed the form, please see the staff person outside the entrance to this room. Public comment is welcome. We do ask that no signs be brought into the boardroom. Mrs. Dibbert, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Albers?
Present.
Mr. Barsonis?
Present.
Mr. Hinkle?
Present.
Mr. Hawley? He gave prior notice that he would be absent tonight. Mrs. Jurgens? Dr. Brose?
Here.
Ms. Wolf?
Here.
Mr. Brown? He is running a little late and he will be here hopefully by 6. Mr. Helinski?
Here.
Thank you. We'll now have the mission statement. Mr. Barsonis?
Every student, every day a success. In educating students, we teach hearts as well as minds. Within the school district of Grand Island, every student has access to high-quality, culturally responsive, and engaging learning environments. Every student will develop literacy skills across disciplines. Every student is socially and emotionally equipped to thrive in school and in life. Every student will graduate as a college, career, and community-ready citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Barsonis. The first item on the agenda tonight is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is to be approved. The consent agenda to be approved is as follows. 4.1, meetings from the previous month's meetings. 4.2, acceptance of agendas from standing committees. 4.3, claims as submitted. 4.4, staff adjustments as submitted. 4.5, treasurer's report as submitted. 4.6, policy. 4.6.1, 4312, internal controls for federal and state awards on final read. 4.6.2, 4554, construction manager at risk on final read. 4.6.3, 6233, drug-free school and community on final read. 4.6.4, 7551, Grand Island Senior High online policy for credit recovery on final read. 4.6.5, 8455, bullying and harassment on final read. 4.6.6, 8720, grading and reporting on final read. 4.7, grant report update. 4.8, approval of agenda as submitted. This is the consent agenda as published. Would anyone like to remove any items or add any items to the consent agenda? Does anyone have a potential conflict of interest on agenda item 4.3? If so, please state the check number that you will be abstaining from voting on. Okay, go ahead.
Make a recommendation to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Mr. Barsonis and Mrs. Hinkle, any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes. Number 5, special recognition. We don't have any of those tonight. Number 6, campus highlights. 6.1, highlight the success of the social, emotional, creative arts position at Engelman Elementary. That is Dr. Kohler, Mrs. Jensen, and Mrs. High.
Hello, I'm Carrie Kohler, the principal at Engelman. I have the easy job tonight. I am doing introductions. I brought two wonderful people with me. Caitlin Jensen, she's the assistant principal and the academic support coach at Engelman. And Amber High, she's our social, emotional, creative arts specialist at Engelman. And they're just going to share about the special that has been added into the rotation and how it's impacting Engelman.
Okay, so we've worked really hard to build strong connections between the SECA class and our building-wide positive support, the Wildcat Way, where students are learning and practicing those character skills. So our students are learning about and actually living out those monthly character skills. And we've developed art projects that will actually, students are practicing that social emotional skill within that project that they're creating.
The SECA class allows a place for our students who might not always find enjoyment or success in the academic-focused classroom because it gives them an opportunity to be creative, think differently, and express themselves. And we have a couple different videos of students sharing their thoughts on SECA class.
I like Sika because it lets me out my creativity. I like art, and Mrs. High is nice. I give it a 5 out of 5 stars.
Okay, so for August, our skill of the month was respect, and we really emphasized how we are all different and unique and what makes us different and unique, but together we are a masterpiece, and working together is better. So each student traced and designed their own hand representing who they are as an individual and sharing what defines them. And then nobody's hand was exactly the same, and we got to see that and critique that, compare them. We celebrated those differences, and this display there is then sitting at the entrance of the building for everyone to see, and it was available for parent-teacher conferences, so parents were able to see that as well. But in the center there, it just states we are unique, or we are each unique and beautiful, but together we are a masterpiece.
In September, the students participated in Pinwheels for Peace, which is a globally recognized activity performed on the International Day of Peace on September 21st. So all students celebrated peace and kindness to others by creating the pinwheels that were displayed out in front of the school.
I like going to Sika because Mrs. High is kind and empathetic. I really like designing stuff in art, and she has really fun activities.
And then for the month of October, our kindergarten, first, and second grade students had positive messages that they created out on the sidewalk with chalk. And I have a couple of students that are going to share their thoughts about why they created those.
Okay, girls, can you tell me what we're doing out here?
I'll say it first. One, first, to make them happy.
Okay.
We make them feel good.
By doing what? What are you guys doing out here?
By drawing and making pictures.
Okay, pictures of what?
And kind of words to them.
Okay, and that's gonna help them feel happy?
Okay, and then this month we're working on caring messages. Caring and empathy is our skill of the month for November and December. And so last week, kindergarten through second grade students worked on decorating positive notes. There you can see in the pictures. And we walked the building, and students actually lived out sharing those positive messages with students by applying them to every upper elementary student's locker. So students, those 3rd through 5th graders, were surprised to come out and see those and have that positive message. And then next week, 3rd through 5th grade teachers are really going to focus on the Engelman staff by decorating caring cards and writing positive messages to certified and classified staff in the building. Our goal is just to recognize and show appreciation for everything the Engelman staff do to help make it a great place of learning for our students.
And then these are just some other pictures of students working in class and some of the different things that they've created.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Mrs. Hinkle?
Well, thank you. It's very exciting. And so I have a question for you, Mrs. High. So are all the teachers, the SECA teachers throughout the district, do you get together and share ideas? Or how does that work? Or how did you decide the curriculum, I guess, would be?
During our scheduled CIA meetings, we do meet and we do share out ideas. It's very new, so trying things and sharing things out with others, but we're all kind of faced with different circumstances in where we're doing the class. So some people might not be able to paint versus others are doing maybe a drawing activity at that time, but that curriculum is being built.
Okay.
And they're trying to articulate that curriculum.
Okay. And then have you noticed a difference in the kids yet? I mean, I know it's early, so maybe you can't really have done that.
Just the students that really enjoy that, I mean, that is the highlight of their day for some of them when they get to go to SECA class and spend that time with Mrs. High, and so, yeah, you can tell that.
Okay, thank you.
We really talked about how the students that maybe don't shine in math or science really shine in SECA, and it's just an opportunity for them.
I believe some of our students that struggle and, might be our students that we put forth some extra attention to support them. They do actually do well in the class and enjoy it and find their maybe sense of enjoyment or being there.
Mrs. Jerkins.
Yep, I just wanted to point out that Mrs. High got a lot of compliments in that video. Kind, nice, so amazing work apparently. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. I think that this is really crucial to development in our young people, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Six point two, highlight American Sign Language, ASL Club at Barr Middle School. You've got a whole crew here. I'm going to let you do the introductions.
Do you want me to?
Oh, I don't need that now, I can just click. Good evening. Off script completely, I just wanted to make sure that when I had the opportunity to say so, that I thanked each and every one of you guys. It's understated and not often do we get the opportunity to say thank you to all of you when you guys are together. So just thank you for everything you guys do for our kids every day. I'm here with some amazing people to talk a little bit about our American Sign Language Club, but I'm going to let them kind of introduce themselves. They've been practicing this, so they're going to be phenomenal. So we do have our sponsors and then a few of our students that are here as well. Our sponsors of the club are Mrs. Morgan Wheeler, who is our deaf educator, Mrs. Laura McQuinn, who is our building instructional coach, but also knows sign language and was one of our, currently at that time filling in as one of our teaching roles with some of our students in the class, and then Ms. Laura Townsend, who is one of our interpreters. And then we have some kids. I'm gonna let them come up and introduce themselves.
Y'all make me go first all the time.
You gotta do the sign, though, to go with it.
Hi, I'm Jackson. My name is Jackson, and I want to help deaf people to communicate. Hi, my name is Jessie.
You're doing great.
I want to help deaf people not feel alone.
Hi, my name is Ethan, Ethan, and I want to help my friend named Edwin. He feels alone because nobody knows how to sign, so I help people to learn sign language so they can be friends with Edwin.
So you kind of heard it a little bit there from Ethan. The Deaf and Hard of Hearing program, which used to be housed at Newell Elementary, a few years ago moved over to Stolly Park Elementary, and this is the first year that sixth graders have come up to Bar from Stolly Park in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. At Stolly Park and at Newell, there was a really tight community there in a couple of smaller, elementary schools. And coming to middle school was a really big transition, 700 plus kids there. That tight-knit group, wasn't the same once they got up to middle school. And one student in particular was struggling to make some connections, wasn't able to communicate with kids as much. So his friend Ethan said, I want to start this club so my friend has somebody to communicate, has other kids to communicate with. And we loved that idea. We ran with it, and we've now had, we've been going about a month, I think, or so, and we have probably like 15, 20 kids or so showing up consistently, and some of our other kids that didn't know any sign language before are now communicating with, some of our deaf and hard of hearing kids, which has been great. Our goals all along obviously have been inclusion, learning a new skill, which is also great for our kids, those connections to school and each other, and then just having some fun while they're there, while they are there doing it. Here's just a couple of pictures, or a picture of our kids in the classroom and then at the club learning some new signs and practicing. And then we have a short video as well. Oops. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think that's the end of the slideshow. And I'm sure if you guys have any questions, these guys can talk about their experiences in ASL Club.
Mr. Helinski?
Impressive, all of you. You guys know more sign language than I know English, so very, very impressive. And Ethan, how long have you been doing this?
Probably almost like the rest of my life.
Okay. I wondered because you're very, very quick with your signing.
Yeah.
So I wondered about that. And then Jesse, just to give you a little bit of confidence, girl, you rocked it. Don't worry about it. You're good. You're good to go. All right. Congratulations, all of you. You guys are future leaders. And do you guys have plans on, I know you guys are in middle school, but there's a whole industry out there that needs help. I have a friend who does sign and Braille, and his job is to take books and to make them into Braille for blind people. It makes pretty good money doing it. So congratulations to all y'all. Keep going, guys. Keep going.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf?
So I said, hi, my name is Erica. Well, you guys would know me as Miss Wolf. And then I said, thank you. So I surprise people with weird things that I can do. I had a classmate, was it Mrs. Thompson? That was the okay, thank you. And she taught the sign language class because we had an individual in our class that was deaf or hard of hearing, and she gave me the name as my E because I had much longer hair than what I have now. And so I think that's really neat that you want to provide that opportunity for communication with your friends and to try something new. So that's great. Thank you so much.
And Mrs. Thompson used to be an interpreter when I was in Newell. And then I know her son, Mr. Thompson, but she still comes to middle school.
All right. Thank you very much. Well done. Great job. Seven, requests to address the board. I don't think, we don't have any, okay. 8 is recess, which we can skip over. 9, reconvene, we can skip over. And 10, information items. 10.1, Westridge request to change secondary logo. Mr. Wolf and Mr. Bombeck.
Hello, thank you for having us up here. We have a high priority item tonight, and it deals with the W of Westridge. Mr. Bombeck, our athletic director, came to me and asked, do we use the W that we have now patent? And it's like, I don't know if Jack Shear liked this or not, but it looks like 2 U's together. And so I was like, no, we don't use that very much. And he's like, could we look for something else? So this presentation that Mr. Bombeck's going to do is something that he put together, and he's going to discuss and show you our reasoning why we would like to change the W on Westridge.
Hello, good evening. Like Mr. Wolf said, I'm Jared Bombeck. I teach 8th grade social studies at Westridge. I've only been a teacher, I guess, 8 years, and they've all been through Grand Island Public Schools. This is my first year as the athletic director, and I absolutely love it. It's been a fun. I've been a coach the 7 years before that, and then just brought up to my beautiful wife and beautiful kids up there. So I have information about my wife, but she said I'm not allowed to share it. So she was a student on the school board back in 2009, 2010. So yeah. So the first idea came to me. I taught for 6 years and had no idea we had a secondary logo. Maybe we didn't. And that was our Westridge W right there. Only time we have ever used is when I'm in the main office or Mr. Wolf's office, and it's on his bulletin board with a whole array of all our other logos and the colors that we can have at Westridge Middle School. So first year AD, I decided I wanted to change the W, do a secondary logo, something that we could use. So I talked to Mr. Wolf this summer, basically right after I got the job, and he said he was 100% supportive in changing it. But he said it's your fight, so you got to kind of figure it out, which was awesome. So I contacted Mr. Roush about the process, and he's been a lot of help, and we kind of started diving in and kind of the visions. So I wanted a W that we could be proud of at Westridge, something that we would actually use, something we could represent. So like either on our football helmets for our decals, on our locker tags, on apparel, to get parents and community to buy in, or something just around the school on posters, uniforms when we get new uniforms each year. I wanted a W that was strong for our strong academics and athletics at Westridge, and then something that was bold, something out there that would grab people's attention. And in line with other GIPS middle schools, I'll pull up Walnut and Bar's W and B, and I feel like they're really strong, and so I wanted something like that. And then obviously a W that we would use. So here's the 3 middle school logos with Westridge, Walnut, and Bar. Walnut and Bar do a great job of using their W&B. I'm sure a lot of you have seen those. I probably don't think a lot of you have known that Westridge has that W as there, or the W's, as Mr. Wolf likes to call it. So, so the process, I sat down with Mr. Roush this summer, and I sent him a few W's that I saw from the internet. Obviously, those were trademarked, and we couldn't use those, but just a general idea, kind of what I liked, what my idea was. Him and his team created a few W's that they sent me. Me and Mr. Wolf sat down, talked about it, sending back feedback. Mr. Roush sent us more, and we kind of found one we liked, and found a final product, and then had our meeting Monday, and then Mr. Wolf and I met with some parents and students, and they really liked the new W that we chose. That's slick, strong, bold, and one that we can be proud of. So this is the new proposed W's at Westridge Middle School. Mr. Roush made these awesome designs, as well as a black and white version as well. I think it really kind of brings it home when we compare our old W, or hopefully our old W, to our hopefully new W. So I guess that's my presentation. So if you guys have any questions, feedback, I want to add in real quick. I talked to Mr. Roush, and he talked to finance, and it'd be about a $400 for a standard mark, trademark, plus legal fees. And we do not use the old W anywhere at Westridge, not on letterheads, not on uniforms, not on our gym floor, on signs, anything like just on the bulletin boards, which are just paper.
So I will tell you, we've heard this presentation before. It's nice to hear it again. Nice to see your beautiful wife and kids again as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's very proud of you. You should know. But anyway, it was a great presentation then, great presentation tonight. And we did ask that you go back and talk to some parents and talk to some kids just to run it by a few people to make sure that they were going to be okay with it, thinking about in the past when Walnut had changed their colors, and there was some disappointment in some of the people from the community. So I'm very pleased that you went back and did that, and I appreciate that very much. So I've never talked about a W so much ever in my life in one sitting. It was almost comical because we just said it so many times. But anyway, well done, and I like your new W.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to talk about a W? Okay. No, I think you guys. Mrs. Jergens does.
During our committee meeting, this was in L for L, wasn't it? Isn't that where we heard this presentation? It was in policy. My apologies. Dave, didn't you ask a good question around, if we needed to pull it and the cost ensued in pulling it from places that it might be around the school? I think you touched on that, but just to touch on that again, do you want to ask that question so I don't mess it up? Well, this is me being Dave Polinsky. He had just mentioned, hey, would this be like on rugs or walls or whatever? Are we removing, obviously, with the cost ensued with that? So if you could just mention that what your response was, please.
Yeah, the W is not used anywhere, not on rugs, not on our sign outside, nothing, not uniforms, anything like that, just on Mr. Wolf's bulletin board, which is paper. Once again.
And during lunch, I went to the kids, and I had both W's up there, and I went around and just said, which one would you like to be able to have Westridge represent? And unanimously, they were like, the block. Where'd this one even come from? They're like, and I was like, this W, would you like that on one of your shirts or T-shirts that we get, or on the helmet, or volleyball? And they were like, absolutely not. This one here, and a couple kids were like, this is really bold, this is strong, and so they love it. And the PTO parents, we had 5 parents, so I just texted them, and I had the picture of them and said, can I just get your opinions on this? And I could read them to you, but they were just like, go with the bold, super, it's great, we love this one. No mention on the W, so.
So this is info and action tonight because they wanted to get working on being able to get stuff produced with the new W.
Yeah, and just
Mr. Burson.
Thank you, and I remember when we went through the whole policy and changes in colors, and Jack shared, we had many conversations. So I'm glad that we have a process and it's worked out, and I like that it really every school has its own independent culture, and thank you for bringing that up. It looks great.
Great job.
Awesome, thank you.
Go W. (10.2) Amplify Science Renewal. Mrs. Covarrubias and Dr. Tomjak.
All right, good evening. My name is Anya Covarrubias, and I am the science coordinator here at GIPS. And just really excited to talk about science as usual. And this is Ashley Tomjak, I'm sure you guys know.
Yes, Executive Director for Curriculum Instruction Assessment and Professional Learning. And excited to stand by Anya as she shares about our new science renewal that we're going through and also about the money she's saved. So it's a good.
Yes, yes. Yeah, there's a good ending to the story. So ironically, or I just surprisingly, Amplify Science, we've already had it for 6 years. And you know, you hear teachers talk about this often, that they just get used to something and then it's changing again. In fact, Michelle and I were just talking about that. Like, she's like, what? This is a renewal? Like, it hasn't been 6 years, but it has. And so we really just wanted to dive in and make sure that this was something for our teachers that they wanted, and that, you know, we weren't just going to change it for no reason. So I am here recommending that we keep Amplify Science for the next six years to accomplish the following. And one is just doing what we think is best for students, and then also what is best for teachers, and continuing the vision of a rigorous and relevant science experience for students, and just upholding our strong alignment to the district goals, state expectations, and the national standards. So Amplify Science currently is still the only one that meets expectations on Ed Reports. So I've linked it in there, but if you were to pull it up, you could scroll through numerous science resources that do not meet expectations. And the National Science Standards came out in 2013, and really just textbook companies, and they really haven't caught up. Amplify Science is different because the Lawrence Hall of Science actually created it and did similar trainings as I have to write curriculum. And so it's not a textbook that goes through different units. It's really a storyline that students are figuring out as they go through the unit, and having to apply tools of the standards to do so. So it just stands out, and it's still the top rated by Ed Reports. And what makes Amplify, just to speak a little bit more about the storyline piece, is every unit and every grade level K-8, they're presented with a real world problem. And so they get to collect evidence from sources that were created by that Lawrence Hall of Science curriculum writers, so the articles align with the simulations that they see, with the labs that they do. And so there's really coherence, and it slowly builds in complexity, and they use that evidence that they're collecting to explain what they're figuring out. And so it's really not that sit and get, here's some information to memorize. It's this experience that students have to go back to, and they're remembering that experience to understand science better. And so this is a picture here. This was our first grade class. They are learning about how to be puppeteers. And so they're setting up all the lighting for a puppet show. And really what they're doing is they're learning about light waves and all of the different properties, but they're doing it in a fun and engaging way. So we did survey teachers in September, and 92.9% believed that Amplify Science was meeting the needs of their students, which I felt really, really excited about. And 90.5% of the teachers believed that they had the resources that they needed to be successful themselves in the classroom. And 26.6% believed that it exceeded those expectations, which made me really excited. We did collect some quotes from teachers that responded on the survey, and they just said things like, everything is provided, it's less work for me, I enjoy the simplicity of teaching. And the great thing about Amplify is as they update, we constantly get those updates because it's a digital resource, so it's not like we're buying something and we have to wait for 6 years to get all the updates. So about 3 years ago, maybe 4, they implemented in some PowerPoints and Google Slides that went right along with the lesson, so teachers can just press a button and they're totally editable. and they're just able to use those. It's easy to run, and when they need and have questions, Amplify has, it's digital, so they can just get feedback real quick. And we have some awesome district people that are also problem solving for them. And then the best thing about my job is getting into buildings and going into these science classrooms. And one of the teachers says, my student really thinks that they are a plant scientist. And I have seen this over and over. I'll go into a room and I'll be like, hey, what are you guys doing today? And, they're like, well, we're measuring this plant. And I'm like, oh, why are you doing that? And I'll just get the look, because I'm a plant scientist. And I'm like, oh, yes, of course. But they have roles that they are, so they're engineers, or I was just in Kinnickroom today, and they were telling me, this is what engineers do, and they were showing me all of the things that they're currently doing with their engineering unit. And we have been hard at work, and when I say we, I mean mostly teachers that we bring in for task force work during the summer. They are experts. They've been teaching this for 6 years. They're getting to know the lessons and the storylines, and they're really brainstorming what we need to make it easier for teachers to use in the classroom. I've also been doing curriculum walks for the last 2 years and taking data and trying to figure out what do we need to make this a better experience for our students. And so based on current research, what I've collected in curriculum and what our teachers have really said that other teachers need, we've created a lot of really good district resources. And I was just talking with Michelle, and she was reinforcing some of this, so that made me feel great. So the benchmark assessments I'm going to talk a little bit more about, but we really wanted to have something that would measure the success of Amplify, and so I'll show you that as one of our success measures as we continue. And then we have created new learning targets and success criteria. This was an area that during my curriculum walks, I was seeing that science wasn't really being used as much. They were wordy and long, and they were just pointless for teachers and students. So our science task force really cracked down this summer and made something that was more engaging, more aligned to the high quality instructional resource. And teachers are definitely on that feedback. They were like, we love the new learning targets. When are the rest going to be done? Which we are going to finish on November 21st during our CAA time. We also did some interactive science walls. So Amplify comes with, just to increase the amount of academic language that students are using, it's a science wall that you can put up in your classroom that has vocabulary words as you kind of experience them. And really, Amplify was coming and saying, if you make these more interactive, if they use pipe cleaners to figure this word out, you should put the pipe cleaners up there, because then they can look and it will help in their sense making. So our teachers built out these really cool walls with all the pictures of the book where they figured it out, and they're just really neat. And I post them on Twitter, and you should definitely check them out, because their teachers are doing some awesome things. And then we've also aligned our recommended grading pieces out of each unit to make sure that we're evaluating each of the standards. And we've put those in synergy and built rubrics around those to increase the equity between all of our buildings and what teachers are grading and how they're grading it. So lots of work that we've put into this resource the last 6 years. Here's just some other things that teachers had to say. Just this idea that there's some coherence between the classroom content, the targets, the report cards, and the benchmarks, and it doesn't feel like they're juggling anymore. And that the students really enjoy the resource, that the learning targets and success criteria are being used, which is exciting for me, because that means students are taking some ownership of their learning. They appreciate the work that our task force has done, and just things are more accessible. We've been using Synergy LMS so that teachers don't have to dig through Google Docs to have links right there. And that's been really nice, and just lots of work, and I think teachers are seeing that and feeling that equity piece as we have those high mobility rates across buildings. So any thoughts or questions so far? I will get to cost, so don't ask me that yet.
This is the question I asked during the curriculum meeting that we had, and then I have another question after that. But what about that 7% that believes it's not meeting their needs? Would you just give everybody, kind of enlighten everybody what the response is to that?
Yes. The great thing about the survey is I was able to kind of like drill down to anybody that had responded that, you know, this wasn't working for them. And so that is something that I am still investigating and still going to continue to talk to teachers about. But the PLCs that I did go to really circled around this idea that a lot of the Amplify resources that come with the kits, you know, for equity purposes, they're not high-tech science equipment. You know, there's no microscopes involved. I mean, we're using paper clips and plastic cups and cardboard, things like that that are kind of rudimentary. And so teachers really feel like, especially in the higher grade levels, that they want some more of that high-tech science equipment. And I don't know if high-tech is the right word, but more robust. And so we've already kind of started taking some measures to make this better. Our high school kind of went through and cleaned out some of the things that they weren't using. And so, for instance, the second grade looks at rocks, and they had little magnifying glasses that they used that were, you know, just little cheap plastic things that got scratched really easy. So I'm going to take those dissection microscopes from the high school, and I'm going to distribute them out into the elementary buildings in that second grade, just to give them an experience with a microscope at a really early age. And there's tons more examples of things that I'm going to try to do to help with that aspect of Amplify Science to create a more science experience for those kiddos.
Mrs. Hinkle?
So I know sometimes it's hard for us to be, well, I should just say in the past, what we've taught in science hasn't always been aligned with what NDE has required on their standards. Can you talk a little bit about how that alignment is now?
Yes. So NGSS, like I said, came out in 2013, and Grand Island Public Schools was an early adopter of NGSS in 2015. The state of Nebraska didn't get around to those national standards until 2017, which is where I met Katie Ramsey and the reason I'm standing here today. But I was on that standard writing team for Nebraska and made lots of great connections with the people on those teams. And really, I was a high school science teacher for 13 years, and I wrote curriculum. Our high school curriculum is a lot of that. And so when I got into Amplify Science, my first year as a STEM coach, I was like, oh my goodness, this is actually something that is aligned and was like written by curriculum writers. And so the alignment of the standards is there. And in fact, when we were making those assignments that were kind of like common between the elementaries, just recommended, and they can add stuff in, of course. But we wanted to make sure that the standards were represented there. And so I made a standards document that had, you know, all the 3 dimensions and things, and teachers would literally read that and they'd go, oh, that's lesson 4.3. We do that exact thing. And I mean, they didn't even get out the resource. They filled out that standard document sheerly by just reading what the standard said, and we're like, I know where that is. And so if anything, that was just a huge piece for me to be like, wow. That is aligned when you guys can really just take that right off the top of your head. So great question, thank you.
Anya's going to touch on this in a minute as well, but our benchmark assessments we put in place for science are also aligned to the state test for science, because that has shifted from what it used to look like. It used to be about rote memorization, and it's about that conceptual understanding now. And can students use their problem solving and critical thinking skills to answer questions related to science content? We made that shift last year and saw some better scores related to NSCAS science because of it. And so we're excited to keep that movement forward. But Amplify really creates the foundation for us to be able to have those assessments that truly align with what the state is now seeking. And where other districts are a little bit behind, because we're ahead of the game there. So thanks to Anya and Katie Ramsey's work in the past.
Absolutely, yes. She gave me a great position to step into. Ready to roll? Okay, all right. All right, so cost for a 6-year contract. 2 years ago, Tony and or Dr. Palmer and Dr. Tom Jack were like, you need to get a quote from Amplify because we know it's expensive. So I did, and they quoted us at $1.5 million. And so we put that in our budget, and we were super close to getting all of that. Yes, really close. Anyway, so I knew that we were a little pinched, and so last year during the pilot, we, instead of piloting a new resource that wasn't supported by EdReports, they had like a new version that was interactive for teachers, similar to like a Nearpod experience, where students could answer and get feedback during the, so we piloted that, so that was gonna be, another additional cost possibly. So they, 3 weeks ago, or almost a month ago probably now, gave us a quote for $1,365 or something. And as we were looking at it, it just really felt like K-5 student licenses were being charged twice because we did have that interactive piece built in. And the interactive piece was the $220,000 that you see there, and the other was a lot more than that. And so I did a little negotiating with Mason, and he talked to his boss, and we ended up getting the cheaper of the two K-5 student license, and it would be the newest version that has the beta interactive classroom that teachers have piloted as well. So we took off about $1 million from what we were initially expecting, and so rounds out right there a little over $500,000.
And Anya's being modest, but this also speaks to the work we try to do in the curriculum department all the time on negotiating and bartering. And she does some extra support with Amplify, serving on panels, having conversations with people across the state. And those networking connections also help us keep costs down because Amplify would like us to continue using their product, knowing that we helped spread it through Katie Ramsey's work across the state. So.
Correct. We were actually the first district to adopt Amplify Science, and now there are over 30, I think there's 38 districts now that are, and a lot of them have been in our classrooms, and either Katie and I have walked them around, and they want that beta version to be what people see, because that's their newest thing. Right. Almost done here. So my timeline here would be obviously today, giving you guys the information and looking for action in December. And then the renewal would start June 2023, just in time for our new teachers to get the resources that they would need. And we send out like a summer kind of asynchronous training for new teachers so that they can log into their digital resources. So it's not like August 11th, here's all the things. And then we will do an Amplify renewal kickoff on August 11th, and we are wanting to bring in an NGSS speaker to just reinforce that application-based science education that we are not only pushing at GIPS, but at the state level and at the national level. As far as monitoring goes, we have monthly CIA meetings where I touch base with teachers, and the PLC meetings, I am in buildings all the time. Whenever there's a science question, I love to be in the building, so I go straight to the PLC meeting. We have great conversations. And then science curriculum walks. So I get to be at least in every building one time. I walk science classrooms with the principals, so it's like a little coaching piece on our high quality instructional resource and the instructional coach. And so that would be the means of monitoring this new resource. Success measures, we, like Dr. Tom Jack said, we implemented a pilot year last year. And so this data, I just clipped a little piece of the district data here. Not all of it is great, so I'll talk to that in a little bit as well. But this was a process that we decided to do. MAP Science was really around that rote memorization and making a shift to make sure that our students were successful on NSCAS. And so we gave them, I was on the assessment writing team for NDE, and we went through some really great training, and I said, can I have that training, please, for my teachers? And they said, well, can you partner with us, and we'll take the tasks that your teams write and put them in our state repository. And so that's what we did. We started training with this high quality assessment writing in the summer of 2021. And so the benchmark assessments are teacher written and all written around a novel phenomena. So they might learn about how to make glue and amplify, but the standard is really around properties and materials. And so then they get the 3 little pigs as a assessment task. And anyway, it's really showing some alignment on some of our NSCAS data that I can't share yet, but it's very exciting. And I do want to draw your attention to those red places. So, for instance, this data that I took here, this is the amount of students that were proficient or above on each of our different benchmarks. There's 4 and 3 through 5 and 3 in K2. And we're just looking to see if they can apply. And what happened was, like that 3rd grade one, you see 4% of the benchmark were proficient or above. So you go into the data, what happened was nobody got to that unit. No one finished. Our pacing was, there wasn't enough time. So what this did was our task force looked at this and said, okay, we gotta help them out. So went through, did an evaluation of our pacing, and built in, we got to take out this piece, we got to take out this piece, and gave recommendations for teachers on how to get to that last unit and to that last assessment. So really using this data to help teachers and figure out ways for them to be successful, and our students as well. And then I just grabbed a quote from NDE. So really, Audrey Webb from NDE, her and I were on Zoom together most of COVID, I think. And so she's just really saying here that what we've done with implementing Amplify Science aligns with the state standards and the instructional shifts in science. And then also just that the intentional creation of our assessments that we've put in as benchmarks is really something that is integrating the curriculum, instruction, and assessment practices that really support student learning. And so actually, Amplify and NDE used our alignment. So teachers put together all those benchmarks aligned to the Amplify units, and Amplify and NDE were like, can we have that? And I was like, can we make sure that we are getting a really great price on that renewal that we're gonna have to do? And so that Amplify plus NDE assessment system, that's actually Grand Island's assessment system that has now been put out to the state. That's all. Any questions?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? I think you're off the hook.
I just want to say thank you for
Yeah, great job.
negotiating so greatly. That's a huge difference, and we very much appreciate that for the budget.
Yes.
More dollars to do more things for kids. We're excited about it.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 10.3, special education paraprofessional longevity stipend for fiscal year 2022-2023, increase SE para base salary for 2023-2024, and provide SE para's increase of 25 cents per hour for 2023-2024. Couldn't you have made that longer?
I was a math guy that put that together. So thank you for having me tonight. And this kind of really started, I guess to kind of go back, this kind of started with the listening tour, the community listening tour, the things we heard from people in our community, our staff, our parents, our administrators, et cetera, is what can we do for our classified people? They do a ton for our kids that sometimes I think we take for granted, and from all levels. And one of the areas we were able to, and this was a combination of HR, special ed department, Dr. Schroeder, and the finance. And this has been a work in progress. And with some IDA funds, we've been able to make this work for 97 of our paras for this longevity stipend, which is one of the things we feel like this is the start, we hope, as we continue to look in some of the other areas. But it's something of a way to thank them for their commitment We have a number of our special education pairs that have been in our district 20 plus years, which is an awesome thing. I don't think it gets much better than that. So the stipend is going to be based, and this is just informational for tonight, and I know everybody in facilities and finance and the personnel committee has seen all the information and went over it. But we're looking at doing is providing a stipend in December and then a second stipend in May. So depending on where they land and their year's experience, it could be up to $2,500. So for the 2 to 4 years, it's $500, so they would get half of that in December and half of that in May. 5 to 9 years is $1,000, so $500 and $500. 10 to 20 years is $1,500, so again, $750 and $750, and then 21 plus would be $2,500. The total, we have 97 again pairs that would receive this. These are special ed from preschool all the way up, and so we have all of our preschool paraeducators, because it's a special education program for our preschool, they fall under this as well. And the total ends up being $87,500 for the stipend payout. So it's an average of like $920 and some odd cents, I believe, would be the average if you looked at that. But they would fall under one of those 4 different categories. And then moving forward is to increase that starting pay to $15 for the special education paras, and to include that a 25% increase for those that are above that piece. So, and Dr. Schroeder's here as my backup, so if you have any questions kind of on that, again, it's been a work in progress, and we hope this is just the first step to provide more of our classified different areas where we can, show them our appreciation for the things they do for us as well. So with that, any questions?
I think it's 67,500. Didn't you say 87?
It'll be, with our preschool paras, it'll be
I see.
87,500.
Okay. Thank you
Yes.
for the clarification.
Sorry about that.
Any questions, friends? Oh, Ms. Wolf? Oh.
Okay. I just have a quick question. Could you just clarify or double clarify, and where did the magical money come from?
So we got this with working with Renee Engel in the special ed department. This is through IDA. There's some grant money through the American Rescue Plan that only had a certain time frame for that money to be used, and we were able to, working with NDE, come up with this $87,500. So a lot of work on her part. She did a lot of the legwork. We had to get our numbers so we knew exactly how many, who qualified, and where they fit on that scale.
Mr. Helinski?
Do you happen to know the turnover rate on paras right now in the district?
Well, when they started doing this, the retention rate was right at 30%. And this is we're still behind in terms of that, so that the turnover is still really high comparative to other areas.
Did we lose a lot during the COVID lockdown, being that obviously the paras couldn't do a whole lot for the students at home?
Some, but I don't know the total numbers. I don't have details on that.
How many people would be that 10 years on up when you have that sliding scale there, 1,500 to 2,500? Do you know that one?
I don't have it in my notes. I have it on an email.
Okay. So
I can look up the exact number in each level if you guys need that.
Okay. And then just this is going to be for the 22-23 school year, correct?
The stipend will be this year.
Right.
The movement will be next year in the 23-24.
Okay. My only concern would be that we just passed a bill on the vote that $15 is going to be minimum wage here by 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pointing that out, that we need to keep our eye on the ball on that, because we're going to, right now they're way above minimum wage. Pretty soon they're going to be right at minimum wage if we don't keep things moving along how they should be.
Yes, great point.
Anybody else? Mrs. Hinkle?
I would just share that I appreciate the information you provided in both the facility and finance and personnel committee, and I think we all agree that especially special education paraeducators are vital and very important in what they do. So I'm happy that we can recognize them and that we were able to find the grant money, and look forward to what more can be done for all paraeducators.
Yep. And our secretarial pool and our custodial pool and all those.
Yep.
We're still continuing to work on that. Dr. Schroeder's doing a lot of work behind the scenes as well.
So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ten point four GIPS Extracurricular Excellence 2025 Plan Update.
Okay. It's hard to believe. I thought, wait, when did we put this together? And so spring of 2021. And we had the goal is that every student participate in at least one extracurricular activity each year. And this also includes extended learning opportunities. And so we had put together a plan and the following goals. So establish and cultivate Islander pride. Every student involved in at least one activity. So we have the first task is charge all GIPS extracurricular programs with identifying one elementary and middle school youth night per season. And we have been doing that, and our middle school and elementary principals and staff have been very supportive on helping support that. All Fridays is Islander Fridays, and that's, wear purple, be gold, you can wear jeans. And we have completed that and continue to promote. Showcase events at elementary and middle schools during the NSAA seasons. Middle school and senior high coaches have been offering clinics at elementary and middle schools, and we're working on an art gallery at the Islander Annex. Dr. DeFrank is calling it the Blitz. And so, we tried some summer camps this year and just had minimal participation, just vacations and kids involved in other stuff. And so in the spring, we plan to have the Blitz. And so we would bring high school coaches down to middle school. They'd run them through like a mini camp just to give them an idea of what each sport is, and then also go to the elementary schools with the same Blitz. Islander launch nights, highlighting academic and extracurricular offerings. We have launch nights that have been focused on middle school. Elementary nights are promoted throughout the season. So just got started with this, and we'll just get more and get kids to senior high. Middle school coaches and sponsors will participate in an outreach event to connect with future students at each of the GIPS elementary schools. And that has been going well. Senior high highlights nights for elementary students and arranges seating. And then using the video boards, that's been going really well. We've just talked about getting more focused and really promoting that we're here to encourage elementary and middle school students to participate. Twitter accounts, those have been going well, and getting the communication out about events. Number 2 goal, cultivate and demonstrate equity across all programs. Equity training, coach and sponsor meeting in August to share the importance of equity in activities, Excel coaching evaluations, and Excel professional development. We've been partnering with Excel. Their founder was the one that had worked with Coach Cook, and there's a whole book on that and how they put that together. But using what they learned with high school and middle school coaches, the professional development has been awesome. We give the survey in the fall and the spring. Students take it, and the thing that comes up, and this is across Nebraska, building those relationships, 30 seconds at a time. And they've been very helpful in encouraging that. We had a great discussion this last professional development day. Excel consultants came out and worked with our coaches. But we talked about how do we get kids of color engaged. And some of the stories that the coaches shared about a student who is going to practice, going home, grabbing something to eat, and going to work, and then coming to school, and that the kids that have to come to the coach and say, I just can't do it, and I have to work. And so that's been the kind of recurring theme about how do we get high school kids more engaged. Grow the ability of staff to connect with students and families. And again, the Excel consultants have been, 30 minutes, 30 seconds at a time. It's just, hi, how are you doing? I heard your mom's not doing well. But really one-on-one conversations with kids, and that's how you build the relationships. Student Diversity Council, Cindy has a group of students at the high school who are on the HAC student leadership, and they travel to be with other HAC student teams. And so we've been really trying to use them as our diversity council, to partner with the equity council, to partner with the superintendent's council. And that's been going well. We just need to get more organized with who does what and who's responsible. Charge all GIPS coaches and sponsors to offer at least one free or low-cost camp per year. And Dr. DeFrank just went after that this summer. And so middle school summer clinics at bar, weights, volleyball, football, basketball, soccer, wrestling, they want to have at least a 4-day camp during the summer in each of our main sports. Girls wrestling has just taken off. Middle school girls will have organized girls wrestling this year, and it's just great to watch. Walnut, summer weights is a big hit for middle school. But you can see some of the things that we offer. And intro to athletic performance. And when I was working with the coaches, they just kept saying, Robin, if they can just get the basic skills, if you can teach kids to do squats, that's everything. And so Coach Doyle has really put together just a common language, common expectation for this athletic performance clinic. And it's to introduce proper weightlifting and exercise techniques. And the plan is to offer the clinic in the spring of 2023 at each middle school, and that's the Blitz. Establishing a mentoring program that connects senior high students to elementary and middle school students. Still working on that. Transportation is the biggest issue. And then you're taking kids very busy kids out of class to go. So we're still working through those. Percentage of students from all demographic groups. We have been using Synergy to collect the data. Really haven't seen an increase. So that's an effort that we need to continue to support. Transportation, we provided transportation this summer, but we had 72-seat buses with 3 kids on it. We ran the same bus stops that we run for middle school kids, and just could not get kids on the bus. And that was very expensive. So really rethinking that and what other mechanisms can we get kids to school. Some of the other things that we ran into, detasseling, that's big for our kids to be able to work, especially in July. And communication often and early. Jill Butner, our summer programs coordinator, she's already on the communications with Mitch and getting that out early this year. Family passes, Cindy's been great about this. I know my administrative assistant loves it. She has 5 kids and they can all go because she signs up to work. And so we've had great participation from parents on that. Include fine arts and athletics facilities needs and long-term district facilities. And I know that Dr. Schroeder is working on that. We have the district facility study that's ongoing. We have supports for fine arts, most significantly at senior high. We had just all kinds of instruments purchased. We have, I believe, 3 harps now, one really big one and then 2 smaller ones. And one of the parents is taking on teaching kids how to use the harp. It's just beautiful. We'll continue to monitor demographics in our programs and use of the Excel evaluation. K-5 programming and offerings to align with GIPS expectations. This has been great to have our coaches come together and talk about okay, by 6th grade, they need to be able to do this. By 9th grade, they need to be able to do this skill. And then that common language, and Coach Doyle has been great about working with us on that. 3 through 5 activities have been difficult. Finding staff and the time, and a lot of our elementary teachers coach, so being able to set up a program after school has been tough. So we've been really working on the clinics in the summer, in the spring, to get kids connected. Our fine arts program, we talked about that in the summer. It went very well, and Sam Hanks is looking at doing some theater project camps in the spring. And transition outcomes, again, that skill development and alignment. We have handbooks are in process. Dr. Lee is really working on the fine arts, and Cindy and I are working on the athletic handbooks. And just to define what is excellence in activities. Is it wins and losses? Is it participants? What is it? Okay, keep on. Middle school programs, and we by far meet the Rule 10 requirements to provide the different activities and the number of matches. We added soccer and girls wrestling. The blended model versus the competitive model, that was still discussion, and it's really pretty split on everybody plays, everybody participates, to you try out and you have cuts. And so that continues to be discussion, a part of the middle school design as well process. And again, piloted basketball for 6th grade, difficult to staff. Just it's hard to teach all day and coach some more. And ESSER funds, we're running out. Right now, we have an estimated cost to do everything that we've done up to this point. It'd be about between $130,000 and $160,000 a year, and we would not be able to add anything else. So keeping a watch on that, so that in the spring we can come to you with a proposal of, what's it going to take out of the general fund once ESSER's is gone. And you can see the GIPS fund run and the cost, summer camps. We did have YMCA youth football, and it was a partnership with the YMCA. It was on Memorial Stadium field, and our coaches and YMCA supported that. Robotics, Mr. Kimnitz just sent me an email and said, hey, I've got 30 more kids, can you get me another sponsor? So working through that, but that's been a huge hit, and met an audience of kids that would never have participated in anything. The weights program, again, has been very successful. And at Makerspace, Mr. Wiesman just pulls that trailer everywhere. And we now have rooms at the school set up so that they can continue with Makerspace activities when the trailer moves on. And then the optical course. Dr. Frank, he came and wanted to do something with students for disabilities. And so they are putting together a fitness course and have planned to do some activities and travel from school to school. And we're excited about that. And then we talked about the Blitz. So extracurricular culture across all programs, and that goes back to just how do we retain students in programs. It's getting harder and harder with more and more of our kids needing to work to help support their families, but we keep trying to find ways to support them. Consider a full-time extended learning opportunity coordinator for the district. Dr. DeFrank and Mr. Beeman have said, it's really difficult to work full-time and then be able to get out and recruit and set up programs. And just that there's no dedicated person to getting all this put together. Could be the person that runs grants and supports for extended learning opportunities, but that is a recommendation that came out of our time so far. And then gym access, we've opened up our elementary gyms. Mr. Petch has been great about helping us facilitate, you know, how do they get into the gyms, how are they responsible. But we've had some great parent support in putting together clinics and camps for our elementary kids. And again, Excel has been very helpful. And so with the extracurricular, so far we know it's going to cost between $130,000 and $160,000 to run extended learning opportunities without ESSER money. We found that we need somebody to coordinate all of these programs. And we've also found our middle school activities directors, athletic directors, they have 45 minutes a day to plan all the activities, get coaches certified, supported, plan transportation. So they get one planning period, short planning period a day. So another option is to move their position to a half-time position every day, and that they could facilitate that K-8 extended learning opportunities. And just a great group of people. You met Jared tonight, Ian Lindbergh at Walnut, and Will Thompson at Barr. They're new, they're young, they're excited, and so that's another option that we're looking at. So kind of long-winded, but any questions?
Mrs. Hinkle.
Well, I would just share, I mean, this is impressive. I mean, it's an overwhelming subject just because of the number of kids that we have, and that we keep increasing. And so when we had those sessions in 2021, it was good, but it was just overwhelming. And even looking at this, it still continues to just feel overwhelming. But yet we know how it's the holistic approach to teaching children and how it's important. So thanks to everybody for their time. Throughout this, you talked a lot about, from an athletic standpoint, how, you know, having nights for the kids and so forth. On the fine arts side, is that happening too? Like, are they having special nights, like when they have their plays or something, that kids can go to it, or show choir or whatever?
We provide busing for the kind of the last rehearsal in the afternoon. Okay. So we get elementary kids up to at least one performance. Middle school usually goes to the Christmas Carol. Show choir goes down to the elementaries. Okay, that's what I'm wondering. And so those are some things that we've been trying. Busing is just so expensive. And you know, it's just like to take sixth grade somewhere, it takes, I think Rod said 6 to 7 buses. And that's almost $300 a bus.
And that's for all 3 middle schools or just one?
That's just one middle school.
That's what I thought you meant. So, yeah, and I don't know. We know, like I said, we know it's important, but it's just the sheer numbers are sometimes very hard to manage. So thank you.
There's just so much that's important. And everything's expensive, but so I was in on the planning of this in 2021, and I went to all those meetings up at senior high. And it's really nice to kind of see how far we've come, you know, just from, there was so much agreement on really what we needed to do as far as trickling down the activities from the high school into the middle schools and then beyond to the elementary schools. I mean, so many people agreed on what the right ideas were. I just wish we had more money. Yeah.
And I forgot to mention, I mean, we cleaned up extra standard pay. And that took many, many meetings, and Dr. Schroeder was just wonderful on getting that cleaned up. So that's another piece.
Okay, excellent. Mrs. Hinkle?
Just one more thought. So, because to the point, thinking about those meetings we had in 2021, so obviously if people listen to our meeting, they'll hear this update. I'm thinking about all the community members that and I wonder, do we still have all those emails? Is there a way to share this report with them, or have we communicated it, just so that they know that the work they did wasn't in vain, I guess?
Yeah. I can work with Mitch maybe on how to get that out.
It was hundreds of people. I mean, it was just so many classrooms and so many people in each classroom. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dexter. I think you're staying up there, aren't you?
I think I am. Kind of.
So,
calendar
2023, 2024.
So, Not getting to calendar. All right. And is that going to be big enough? So again, the calendar committee met. We met once in person, and then we had several iterations, emails back and forth, and you can see this is draft 4 of the calendar. And we have identified 166 and a half student contact days, 187 teacher contact days, plan and prep days of 8, and professional development of 9.5. That is a decrease over the days we had this year. Some of the responses we had from teachers is that, you know, all of these short weeks makes it hard to be consistent and get kids through. And Tony will share what we've talked about when we lost the early out Wednesday. What are some things that we can do to help teachers be able to plan and work with EL and SPED? So not a lot is changed. Christmas break, winter break was difficult to plan around. And you'll see that it would start on early out on the 20th and go through January 2nd, and then we'd start with plan and prep on January 3rd and students on the 4th and 5th. Better go back and start at the beginning. We would start all teachers on August 9th. And the color coding, you have building professional development, you have district professional development, and then we also have plan and prep. And so those are the color coding formulas there. You can see that September 1st is that Friday that we typically have for building PD. And then September 22nd, district professional learning. We have parent-teacher conferences. And we did hear teachers just said, you know, don't let us have plan and prep on that Thursday. We've spent evenings up here. We've been talking with parents, working with kids all day. Don't make that a professional development day. And so that made sense. November 6th, plan and prep day. We would still continue. Students have the whole week of Thanksgiving fall break off, but the teachers would come in on Monday and Tuesday. Again, we would have district professional development in January. February, we call CIA, curriculum instruction assessment, building PD, and then a plan and prep day. Again, parent-teacher conferences. And then before spring break, we have a plan and prep day, and then spring break is the 4th through the 8th. April break is the end of March, 1st of April. Again, we have another curriculum instruction and assessment, building PD, and plan and prep day. And then in May, we would get out on the 22nd. Students would go a half day. Teachers would come in for plan and prep on the 23rd, and then we would be finished with the 23-24 school year. And then we have emergency makeup days. Graduation. The event center is getting so booked up, we had to book out 6 years. And so we're going to have to really watch coordinating around that. But graduation will be May 12th for the 24 school year. Again, we looked at hours because we are proposing that elementary dismiss at 3:05 to give teachers professional responsibility time through 4:15. And again, Tony's going to talk a little more about that. And then just the hours, these are the hours that we will be able to have student contact time. And I will let Tony talk to you about how we came to recommending the 3:05 dismissal, and then we can open it up for questions after that.
Awesome. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Dexter. So what we know, I think we've learned a lot in the last couple of years. Our elementary teachers really benefit from needing that additional plan time. We know that they have to intentionally plan to meet the needs of our students. They understand the tremendous responsibility they have to ensure that all of our students are learning and growing and achieving that proficiency. We know it takes time to design and implement deliberate and engaging lessons and maximize that high quality instruction using our resources in all core areas. And we think about our new teachers and what they have to accomplish on a day-to-day basis. They're learning the high quality instructional resources, they're still learning their content, they're learning about their kids. So just, just making sure that we're thinking about where do we provide them the support and provide them the time in order to meet the needs of the students in the way that they want to. We also know that one time a month that we embedded this year for that additional planning, we really designed that with all great intentions to give our teachers that deliberate full day or half day of plan time to really dig into that curriculum, to plan ahead to those units. But we are seeing and hearing from our teachers that has also created some challenges, and most of the challenges it has created is just that weekly time to collaborate with our EL teachers, with our special education teachers, with their paraprofessionals, to make sure that they are really thinking through those day-to-day supports for students and that those lessons are deliberately planned. We also know that it's created some challenges with attending IEP meetings and scheduling those in a timely manner. So just some things that, all good intentions, and sometimes you don't know until you live it, what that experience is going to be like. So the 305 really is designed to help provide that additional time on a daily basis for collaboration to take place, for them to engage in those IEP meetings, and for teachers to have that additional plan time. We know that collectively, when our teachers work together, that it has a positive impact on student outcomes, and we want to foster that. In addition to that, when we think about how this recommendation came about, there are some specific things that we really thought about. One was Rule 10. We definitely have to have, or require to have, some specific things built into our schedule for our students, and the 1,032 hours for elementary is our required number of hours. We did listen, and we are listening to our teachers. We had an actual elementary just calendar meeting with representation from across the district, from our elementary teachers and other staff members, just giving us feedback about the experience, talking about what the requirements are, hearing from them what they felt like was going to be most helpful in getting that additional plan time that they need. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we are providing those appropriate service delivery supports for all of our students. So can we still accomplish that with a 305 schedule? We involved our EL specialist, our special education director, and Dr. Leibos. They've been involved also in the conversation, along with the L4L team, because instructional time for our core areas is definitely our priority. So maintaining that curriculum delivery throughout the day, we want to make sure that that is able to happen within this time. Some just specific grade level decision points. So what will change? For kindergarten, we're looking at calendar and opening to combine that to be a 10-minute block. It used to be 2 separate blocks, so we would combine that, and then we would remove flex time. Flex time is the time that teachers have really to kind of individually decide, what do my kids need during this time? It might have been backed up to win time, which would allow for additional time for students to be pulled out for services or for in-class supports as well. So that would just be removed from the schedule in order to open up that additional time at the end of the day. For grades 1 through 3, we'd have 65 minutes of math and 20 minutes of social studies that would be backed up to reading when. We would also remove flex time from their schedule to accomplish this. The change here is that math will shift from 70 minutes to 65 minutes. Social studies from 25 minutes to 4 days, 25 minutes 4 days a week, which they currently have, to 20 minutes 5 days a week. So that would be just the change. We're not losing a lot of instructional time. It's just distributed across the 5 days instead of the 4 days. And we worked with Dr. Berman specifically on, can we accomplish what we need to do in the 65 minutes a week? And she really referenced her task force members as well and said, yes, I think we can accomplish that. For grades 4th and 5th, there will be 30 minutes of protected social studies time. They will remain and keep that 15 minutes of flex time, but it would need to be backed up to win time to make sure that we have that protected time for special education and EL supports. So the change there is the 45 minutes of social studies 4 days a week becomes 30 minutes 5 days a week. Flex is shortened from 25 minutes to 15 minutes. So Dr. Levas and Mrs. Engel have definitely been involved in these proposed changes and really support and feel like we can accomplish the supports for our students given this time period. Things that will stay the same, we will continue to have the 4 special rotation, PE, music, SECA, and media for our students, media integration. Lunch and recess allocations remain the same, so we're not losing any recess time or lunch time for our students. ELA and science time allocations remain the same, keeping our focus on literacy, making sure we can meet the science standards. And we will, of course, maintain our reading win. And then the 50-minute plan time and PLC time is going to remain protected, just because that is so critical to the work that our teachers do on a day-to-day basis. So based on the feedback from the elementary calendar team, some of the feedback that we got from teachers through Let's Talk and just other interactions, there are some things that would need to be fleshed out between now and the December meeting. Like, this is just truly informational tonight. I want to bring it back for, of course, approval and action and approval next month. So some of the things that we want to work through, we want to get feedback from a wider range of teachers and make sure that we continue to keep that why in front of us, because kids, right, this is, the change is to really help support our teachers and being prepared, because the work that they have to do with kids every day is so challenging and difficult. And we're asking a lot of them, and we want them to continue to do the work and also find joy in the work. And so how do we do that, given the requirements that we have to accomplish on a day-to-day basis? Also outlining those professional responsibilities, like what happens after 305, what does that look and sound like? How do we make that clear with expectations around staff meetings, IEP meetings, collaboration time? We want to maximize the benefit of that time to positively impact students. So we want to develop some clarity around that. A lot of our buildings provide extended learning opportunities for our students, and those are really important. And a lot of our teachers actually coordinate and run those after-school opportunities. So how would we still support and compensate the leadership for those opportunities for teachers that want to take on those responsibilities? And then just the communication. One of the things that they asked for is just early communication of the changes, so that we can really think through how that's going to change how I plan as an individual, how I approach my day-to-day schedules and things like that. So those are all the things that we'd want to work through, would be that we want to make it successful. So what we want to get better at is the feedback loop about our decisions. We want to make sure that we're setting our teachers and students up for success. We want to achieve the greatest impact, and keeping in mind that we do have to operate under certain laws, policies, and systems. And so we always have to keep that in mind. So just a reminder, strictly information tonight. We're hoping that in the board debrief that we can do some outreach to GIPS teachers and allow them the opportunity to push back, to give us feedback, suggestions as we think through this potential change. And then again, it will come back for recommendations in December. So with that, I think I conclude kind of what that change might look like, and would be open to questions.
Dr. Brose?
That was all really good, Dr. Palmer, but I'm a visual learner, and I'm trying to keep all this straight. So for the December board meeting, could we have a visual that outlines the things that you're changing, proposing, finalizing based on teacher input?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hinkle?
So, just for my benefit, what time does elementary get out right now?
Right now they get out at 3:30.
Okay, so thinking about, I know some of the feedback we get from parents is that some of their high school kids have to pick up elementary kids and so forth. So now there's going to be that disconnect. Will we be able to allow kids to stay in the building until 3:30 until older siblings could get them, or do we have that opportunity or no?
Yeah, I mean, supervision would be the question, like how would the students be supervised? I mean, we would, we currently, would encourage our paraprofessionals to remain on site, either to support teachers, planning and things like that, but that could be an opportunity where they could help supervise students that couldn't get picked up till 3:30. We definitely, it's a challenge, right? Because you want to accommodate our families, and when I was principal, we had a 3:05 dismissal, and I still had some kids that were there till 4 o'clock. And you just continue to work with families to try to help them find those avenues for transportation, so that, you know, it's hard when a student has to wait because they feel bad too, you know, and so those types of things. But we would definitely continue to work with our families on that.
And then another question I have, so I just want to make sure I understand. So all certified staff would be staying in the building until 4:15?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are things that we still have to kind of flesh out, is what that looks like after 3:05. I mean, what are your professional responsibilities? We know, because we are actually decreasing the number of, the amount of time that like now we have 7 Fridays, right? We've got a monthly Friday time where they're actually they can incorporate their staff meetings and those other times where they can get some PD in. This is gonna eliminate that. We're gonna shorten that down to 4 throughout the year, and so we'll maintain our CIA meetings on those 4 times, so that's decreased the amount of CIA meetings that we're gonna host, but this may require them to have some staff meetings after school then during the week, because they may not be able to accomplish that on a monthly basis without having those meetings after school, IEP meetings. But those are things that we want their input on, like how do we structure that and make it more, you know, clear so that the expectations are there. Maybe it's one night. When I was principal, we had every Tuesdays were meeting nights, so you just planned on being at school until 4:30 or 5 o'clock every Tuesday. And if teachers know that and staff know that, I think they can better plan around it. It's just, what is the consistent practice and system that we want to put into place?
And Dr. Palmer, I just want to reiterate the point about the teacher feedback in the board brief. So like all of the questions that are coming up right now in the feedback, it's going to be critical. So please take the opportunity. This is really a message to the staff to complete the feedback opportunity. It will be embedded within the board brief that will come out tomorrow morning.
Mrs. Juergens.
Can you share a little bit about what comparable schools of our size are doing? Do you have any information on that? And I'm curious because we don't have a comparable school to GIPS locally. We're talking about more Lincoln, getting into Omaha and beyond.
Yeah.
Do you know if larger schools are having success with this sort of planning?
You know, every district is different and how they structure. You know, I think when we did a comparison of our school day, like Wayne and I actually have a whole spreadsheet of different schools when we actually changed to the 3:30 time, and we were pretty comparable with the 3:05 dismissal, kind of what the day looks like. There are a lot of schools that don't offer what we do, like the intervention time built into the school day. That was really important to us. The 50-minute PLC time was really important to us. We believe in that. So those are things that we just said as a district, if we don't build it into the school day, when does it happen for kids? And to try to incorporate intervention time after school when you have all kinds of activities and things going on, it's just really challenging. I will say with the 3:30 dismissal, we probably had one of the longest school days, but we also had those things built in. So we are making some adjustments by going back to a 3:05, but I feel like we can still be comparable to other districts in what we offer and meet the needs of our students. You're welcome.
Mr. Barsonas.
Well, and I know this always takes a lot of work, and I know my kiddos go to a couple clubs after school, you know, and I know that's helpful. And I know sometimes I hear parents that might say, well, there isn't anything out there, or I know schools have different after-school programs, but I think if there are any community partners out there that would like to partner with us, it's just a great help. I know it helps us out the days that they have to go to club, because then it's like, okay, you're going there. And Ms. Covarrubias, I forgot to tell you, my kid is one of those that tells me I'm a scientist, comes home, enjoys it. So, but I think those opportunities would be great. And I know we've talked about, you know, staffing, and we have a lot of moving parts. So thank you for all the work that is happening.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Helinski.
I'm guessing I know the answer to this question, but I don't feel like I'd be doing my job if I didn't ask. I'm guessing this is something that cannot be implemented for next semester, for the beginning of the January of this year. A lot of moving parts. I know, I understand that. Got to notify parents. I understand that too. But if we vote for this in the next meeting, that gives them a couple weeks to adjust things. Is that even a possibility?
And I kind of shocked the principals and just said, hey, what about doing this in January? And it was just like, what? And we had a couple that said, yeah, we can do it. But the majority were like, we'd have to totally redo schedules, fit things here, fit things there, just when have the momentum of this is what this kid's schedule looks like. So we did talk in depth about it, and they went back and talked, in their smaller groups. But we did pose that question.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Nobody else, right? 10.6, proposed updates to policy 2111, Board of Education operating principles.
All right, so I'm going to just run through it real quick, and then Mrs. Albers is going to lead the discussion on kind of the why and how important operating principles are. So let me get to those. All right. So our operating principles, we've had them in place for several years now. I will note that the links do not work because when we changed over the website, they canceled out. So I will be working on those to get those back up to operation. And so one of the first revisions is non-committee board members wishing to attend specific committee meetings will make their requests through the board president. That's if we have the standing committees with 4 board members. And so we can't have more than 4 on our committees, but sometimes we might have a board member that's very interested in going to L4L, but it's not on that committee. So just board president will work through that on, okay, if you attend, then somebody else doesn't. So that's just a procedure piece. The other piece, board committee agendas are posted monthly to the board consent agenda to ensure the information discussed in committee is made public. We used to have time in every board meeting where each committee shared, and it was just very lengthy, and so we've gone to using the consent agenda. And then the major change is Board of Education Professional Development, which is so important. But Mrs. Albers, you want to take it away?
Oh, sure. So this all started because we were trying to decide what conferences some board members could go to, and after, and Josh came to me and he wanted to go to the CUBE conference, which is a really important conference. I think we need to make a priority to get all board members there. But he had been to the national conference, and so then I went to Dr. Schroeder and I was like, well, tell me about the budget, what's going on with the budget for what's allotted for, Board of Education to go to these conferences. And so then we started talking about the budget and how much was allotted, and that more for the president and for the vice president if they wanted to go to additional conferences. But then say we didn't have that flexibility to go to 2 conferences, it could trickle down then if another board member wanted to go, and just kind of about having that flexibility and really having that communication too. I also, the other thing we kind of changed in there is that I really encourage everybody to go to the state conference in November, which ironically I can't go to this year because I'll be at Leadership Nebraska, but and Carlos can't go to it this year either. So this year's kind of weird, but ordinarily that's a great one for us to all go to, and it's great camaraderie and get to know each other better, and just learn so much. And there's so many great conferences and sessions you can go to on your specific area of interest. So really, I think, some of the big changes on there was really just that we need to communicate which conferences people are interested in going to, probably later in the summer, and just kind of get that outlined, and then we can work with Angela to get that all on the calendar, and then kind of figure out how to best use the funds that we do have for those conferences that are available. But we can align that to what people's interests are. I always we went to the advocacy conference in DC right before COVID, wasn't it? Right before COVID. I loved it, and it was long. It was like 5 nights, but it was just, it was a great conference, super interesting in DC. We're able to talk to some of the senators. It was just, it was a great conference. But then life happened, and so I haven't been back to that since. But that is a really good conference as well. So I think we need to just kind of consider what everybody's interests are. It'd be nice if we could all go to the state conference and then kind of figure out where we want to go after that as far as the national conference goes, too, depending on what your interests are. So that was really the main points, wasn't it, Dr. Dexter? Anybody have anything they want to say about that?
I think it's because after like COVID, everything changed to virtual and some things changed. But I remember before that, it was just great opportunities for learning what's happening at the local level, state level, national level. It was just an eye opener of a lot of, what's coming up, what should we keep an eye. And many times we have our students or staff or administrators give presentations as well. And I was always greatly surprised that, or pleasantly surprised that many times that we would learn, it was, we're either initiating something or implementing something. So it's just a great, also hearing from different board members in different places just allows you to really grow. And so I think kind of COVID changed a few things, but now things are picking back up. So next year would be great.
Mrs. Hinkle.
I was just going to mention, so back on the earlier change regarding the committees, the main reason we're changing that is because we have a policy about committees, and it's in that committee policy matches this then. Mm-hmm. So the two were out of alignment, and the committee policy itself really is the one that we should be following. So it's mainly just putting these back in alignment.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Well, and also, so when somebody's going to be gone, like Josh was traveling this week, so he asked me to attend his policy meeting and his L for L meeting, which worked out great for me, which is one of the reasons why the president isn't on as many assigned committees. And I'm always happy to do that. Honestly, I've never had somebody say to me, and Bonnie, you step in here, can I go to this meeting even though I'm not on this committee? Did that ever happen? No, and that hasn't happened in this past year either for me, because I think we have such trust in the people going to the committee that we know that we can talk to them or talk to Dr. Dexter or Dr. Palmer or whatever and get that information. So I don't think anyone ever feels like they can't get the information that they desire from a particular committee. Okay.
So is the language saying what you want to say?
Yeah.
So I think I'm done.
Yeah. Go take a rest.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back.
10.7 fiscal year 2021-2022 audit report and annual financial report. Dr. Schroeder.
Howdy, folks.
Hello.
Annually, all Nebraska school districts are required to have an independent audit and file an annual financial report, also known as the AFR, for the fiscal year ending August 31st. The audit report is attached to this agenda item for the Board of Education and for the public to review. A draft of the audit was provided to the Facilities and Finance Committee for review and consideration at their November 1st meeting. At that time, it was a draft. Now it is final. Both the annual audit and the AFR were submitted to the proper local, state, and federal agencies in a timely manner. The AFR matches the audit report, so only the audit report will be presented as an action item next month for the Board of Education to approve and to place on file with the district. Highlights of the audit included the school district increasing its cash reserves during the 21-22 fiscal year. The general fund cash reserves increased by $2.7 million. The depreciation fund cash reserve increased by $1.1 million. General fund revenues were $126.7 million, or $2.7 million more than expenses. So always a good year when revenues outpace expenditures. General fund operating costs were $123.9 million, a 4.7% increase, which was caused primarily due to the increased spending for federal programs. So like we talked about at the budget meetings the last 2 years, we're seeing the impact of those federal funds flowing through the budget and artificially increasing our overall expenditures. And on a bright note, the school district decreased its long-term debt, right, obligations through bonds by 5% last year. If board members, staff, or members of the public have questions or concerns pertaining to the audit, they're encouraged to contact me at the school, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that they might have. I'll be back next month to see you all again and ask you to place the audit on file. Do you have any questions I can answer for you right now?
Mrs. Hinkle.
So, can you just remind us, in cash reserves, we normally try to have 3 months, is that right?
Correct.
So that if something would happen with funding, we have 3 months of ability to pay people, basically.
Correct. There's two purposes for cash reserve. One is the ebb and flow, right? Because those draws from the county treasurer, they're not in equal installments. We also have months where we don't get state aid payments, right? So those are our down months, so we need to have a bank account that we can draw on to smooth that out. And then the other reason that we keep a cash reserve is so that when we have things like rainy days, such as pandemics, right? We have money to draw on. We need to have reserves for emergency purposes. And so you're 8 plus. 25% of your operating budget is what you should hold in cash reserves. The golden mark is 6 months, but not very many people of our size get there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else?
I think you're off the hook. Thank you.
All right, that's where I like to be. Thank you, folks.
Mr. Petch.
Thanks, President Elbers. Just a short kind of working on the senior highs addition on the north side right now. So far, we've got part of the slab done and block walls are going up. Goal would be to try to race weather still to get the other part of the cafeteria slab done and those walls up and start putting a lid on that project. Hopeful that we can accomplish that task in the month of December and get a roof on, then that allows us to continue work on that area. So far on schedule, and that's an ESSER 3 project. We're also working on design on our last piece of the ESSER 3 projects are mainly security, with all security vestibules, Walnut, Howard, Gates, Newell, Lincoln, West Lawn, Wasmer, and Newell. So hope to have that out for proposal here within the next 2 months so that then we can hit the ground running this summer, because that's all going to be the only time we can accomplish that task. And then start of school year, we should be completed for the most part with all of our ESSER 3 projects. So that's decent news. Presently working on project list with the team. Something we'll roll out for you guys here at the first of the year. Coincides with also we're working on master facility plan and making updates and things for that with that piece, so that we'll kind of align those, because project list goes with master facility plan every year. So I don't have a date set exactly yet, but we're getting there. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
10.9, student rep report. Mr. Cloutier.
Is this good? Yep. Okay. Sorry. So just to start off, obviously we just finished up the election cycle, so I'll touch on that. I want to personally thank all the incumbents and challengers for their hard-fought campaigns and commitment to public education. I think that's really admirable, regardless of the results. And also extend my congratulations to the winners. This election was a unique one for the Grand Island Senior High student body, as many seniors who otherwise would not have voted were given an opportunity to perform their civic duty due to the voter registration drive organized. Salbers knows a little bit about this. She helped organize it, as well as former student board representative Kendall Bartling. It was a huge success. I mean, obviously I was there, and just from people we talked to, a lot of them, you know, when you stop them, you're like, are you registered to vote? Oh, no, I didn't know I could do that. Well, are you 18 and live, you know? So it's just, it's really inspiring how it was able to, you know, get a lot of people involved who otherwise would, you know, not have been able to vote. And they were able to express their opinions for the first time, which is really cool. We're planning on doing another one next year as well. So, yeah. For the SSAC, right now we're working on our sort of year-long goals. Dr. Grover knows a little bit about this. So the three main categories we're looking to attack are mental health, the culture at senior high, and the academies and potential reform for that. So a lot of this aligns with what Dr. Dexter was talking about as far as some of the extracurricular goals and stuff like that. So that's just a testament to the how in tune with what's going on these members are of the SSAC and their leadership abilities. So some of the suggested additions so far are a survey to for staff and students' mental health, you know, just their well-being, and then also furthermore what may be affecting that, so that we have a greater knowledge on what the causes of some issues for that may be and how we could address that. For the academies, what we're really looking at is more opportunities for freshmen to actually get into the academy classes and see what's going on, because I mean, obviously they do research on their own, the potential careers they're interested in, but just any opportunities they have to visit like CPI and Wyandotte and or the medical classrooms, because those are really advanced, and just seeing that may inspire students who are otherwise undecided or don't really know what they're going to do. And then there'll be less displacement in the academies and less disillusionment. People feel more at home because they were, you know, better prepared and had more knowledge about what's going on there. So yeah, we're going to be continuing to work with Dr. Grover and Mr. Gilbertson on that as the year goes on. Try to set up some solid plans, and I'll continue reporting about our progress. For activities, football is obviously the only fall sport still going. So I'll talk about that for a little bit. I think that's really more a testament to the work ethic, commitment, and discipline of the players and coaches. I mean, that obviously defines Islander football, but it also furthermore defines all of GIPS. There's just an abundance of those values everywhere you look, and it pays off when consistently, you know, you beat teams that are supposed to win over and over and over again. You know, at some point, you start to see a pattern there, and that is those values and that work ethic. So I'm really proud of the team and everybody involved. I think that's great. So for activities, though, winter sports are starting soon. So that's basketball, swimming, and wrestling for girls and boys at the high school. There's also now apparently a plethora of esports games that we're participating in, which is very cool. Fine arts programs like show choir and band are starting their winter-themed activities, competitions, musicals, stuff like that. And then as for like clubs and organizations, there's actually a lot of new clubs and organizations that have been popping up. A lot of that is due to the academies. For example, HOSA, it's for future health professionals. So that's a club for people that are interested in that field, and they're trying to provide opportunities for people who are already in the academy. And it's a lot of it's run by students who are extremely passionate and driven, which is really cool. Also, Dr. Dexter also talked about this a lot. There's a ton of new extracurricular stuff going on at the middle school level and below. This is the first year we're going to offer middle school's girls wrestling. There's new weightlifting programs, all sorts of stuff of that we're investing in, which is really cool. So yeah, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Get it this time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Cloutier. 1010 Superintendent Report, Dr. Grover.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. And we know that he's on the football team too, and so we appreciate you juggling and being here tonight. Just want to bring a few, mostly highlights from our schools and the work that's happening. We know last month, the month of October, was National Principals Month, so thank you to everyone for giving your support to our school principals. Yesterday, we had our PK through 12 principals meeting. We have those on a monthly basis where we continue the professional learning for our principals and continue to focus on the work of our strategic plan. So I want to thank Dr. Palmer and her team for leading these efforts. A couple of key areas that the professional learning was targeted around for this month was around MTSS, our multi-tiered support systems on both the academic and the behavior side. I think they had a really neat activity from the Harvard Graduate School called Project Zero, a thinking routine, and it was called Name, Describe, and Act. Just a neat way to think about critical thinking and how they can take that back to their campuses. Also continuing to focus on instructional leadership, work from Justin Bader, definitely around evidence-based leadership, giving feedback as well as support as we're moving forward the instructional goals and instructional vision for their campuses. So also, I do want to shout out for the fall activities. We talked a little bit about football, but also just want to publicly acknowledge volleyball. That's been an area, so as we think about our extracurricular excellence plan, volleyball is an area that we definitely have been rebuilding. And so just thank you to the leadership of the coaches there. Continue to work and move that program forward. And I just thought it was great that Jalen Hansen, she reached 1,000 career digs during that time. And so shout out there. Also want to say congratulations to Ruben for earning a spot to compete at the state cross country meet last month, and also Haley from our girls golf team. She finished 5th place overall at the state. And so, you know, our kids continue to be competitive. And speaking of being competitive, this new esports is really taking off, and our kids are going to participate in the state rocket tournament coming up. So we're excited to see all the many ways our students are involved. So you heard about the W earlier. I was just thinking the W stands for win. That's all was going through my head. But also Westridge, they're making their first college visit. We talk a lot about our students down at the middle school, getting them exposed to college experiences early. And so thanks to a grant from AQuest, Mr. Mara at Westridge was able to bring 42 students to the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Yesterday, this marked the first time that these students had stepped foot on a college campus. And so I just continue to be so proud of Grand Island Public Schools and the opportunities that we provide for our students. Shoemaker Literacy Pumpkin Parade, many different ways. Shoemaker, that little parade is always so popular, but this was year 11 for that little pumpkin parade. Over 230 students participated, and they kept up with their tradition of their selection of a book, and so just really like how that program amplifies our focus on literacy. Also want to note GISH Skills USA. We had 10 of our Grand Island Senior High School students that attended the Mid-America Leadership Conference in Columbus, and they brought home 12 awards just a few weeks ago. And so just amazing work that's happening there. And I do want to acknowledge Mr. Kimnitz and all the teachers and the sponsors. They should be very proud, and they do put in a lot of extra time. This is above and beyond what they're actually doing in their classroom, so we just appreciate those efforts. If you haven't heard, then go out and check it out. Our GIPS cast, which is our podcast, it has launched. And just want to talk about it a little bit and really thank Mitch for his leadership there with the podcast. But oftentimes we want to have conversations about what's happening in the district, and we really appreciate our media support. They always are giving us a great opportunity to be showcased. But sometimes we want to go into a little bit more of a deeper conversation, and the podcast platform, it allows for that. And so we have 2 episodes out there. You can just skip mine, if you want to, but you can go over and listen to the one from our newcomers, teachers, just very enlightening, because sometimes people don't understand what the program is, what it's about, and just really love her passion and how she continues to build that program. Again, speaking of building, We had a huge opportunity to participate in City Bill 2040. This was a partnership with the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and Beyond School Bells. And I just want to say a huge appreciation to Jennifer Worthington and so many of the people that work with Nebraska children and families. We have gained so many thousands, 100,000, I'm almost going to say millions of dollars from this organization. They continue to want to support Grand Island Public Schools because they, number one, we're great stewards. We always do what we say we're going to do in regards to the funding, and they just love the energy and passion when it comes to working with our students. I had the opportunity to go to UNL a couple of weeks ago to talk about the program and the investment. They were spotlighting their programs from the honors program at UNL. They talked about 5 of the programs, and Grand Island Public Schools is involved in 3 of the 5. I just think that's remarkable. So for the City Bill, over 40 of our 3rd through 8th grade students, they had a chance to think about what does the future of the city of Grand Island look like, what should be here. A lot of cardboard that turned into a city, and just a lot of great testimonies for connections. And again, many students connecting with college students. The college students, they actually stayed here. How many did we have? About 24? Was it about 20 of the college students from UNL? But they actually stayed over and they got a chance to go out into our community too. So businesses downtown, to the museum, etc. And they were amazed about all the things that we have here in Grand Island Public Schools. So really a two-way collaboration. We are thinking about that project and how we're going to grow it and expand it for next year. But we're very proud of our first initial City Bill. Then the next thing I have is Lunch with Leo. You probably saw a little bit of this, but just Mr. West Jaden is out in our elementary schools and just really building relationships with our students, helping them to understand, law enforcement, but from more of a community or relationship standpoint. But also while he's out there, he's also doing a lot of the safety walks to continue to elevate our safety procedures that we have here in the district. Okay, so more money here. Last month we had Healthy Blue Nebraska. They made a generous donation of $30,000 to our automotive pathway at CPI, and we always appreciate that because it allows our students to continue to have industry standard equipment out at CPI, and just allow them to really stay abreast with the way that the market is changing and how they prepare to enter into that workforce. I also want to give a huge shout out to our GIPS Chamber singers and the Wayne State Choir. Did we have a picture of that? Is that not awesome? Okay, so we want to invite you all to attend the GIPS Chamber Singers Concert on Sunday at 5 o'clock. It's going to be at Trinity United Methodist Church. I'm sure we have some advertisement out about that. Okay, one more here. I do want to just give an update to the board around the table group and the work of Patrick Lenciani. If some of you in the business world, you probably have gone through some of his work before. We've been very fortunate for your investment in allowing us to be able to work through it from an executive cabinet team. So during our lead GIPS retreat this summer, we introduced our district leaders to the book, The Advantage. We had Amy Gamboa from the table group. She led us through the activities as it relates to organizational health. In our executive cabinet, we have continued on with this work. We met on October the 31st and again this week. In January, we will meet again with the lead GIPS team to continue to deepen the work. The goal is to build cohesive teams throughout the organization and to provide clarity at a higher and a more consistent level than before. We've always been committed, but we always go back to when we are kind of challenging what we're learning through the Advantage, that they have worked with thousands of teams at all levels. And so there's something about the precision, the concepts, the philosophies behind the work, and we are totally bought in. As we receive feedback from Amy in this particular area, she reminds us that in Grand Island Public Schools, we have what Mr. Lencioni describes as SMART requirements. So we have a lot of that. You saw that tonight when we talk about strategy, marketing, finance, technology. We're great precision in those areas. The areas that we're really focusing on is what he talks about around organizational health, that we're consistently looking at ways to elevate engagement, morale, ability to attract and retain talent, and that we create an environment where collaboration is high. I know that we can maximize clarity so that we minimize confusion, and as we continue this work, that we will increase productivity, but moreover, produce results. And so I do want to say thank you to the cabinet for your commitment to this work. It's definitely shifting our way of thinking, and hopefully it's showing up as we continue to work with our staff. And I'll leave on this note, the Why I Teach Today is another one of our efforts from our communications team. And so we were fortunate to have Mrs. Shaylee Lindsay of our Gear Up program. She is part of the last episode. So 2 episodes and tears every time. It's so moving to hear people talk about their impact on both sides in such a unique way, and a shout out to our staff, because not only are they impacting the lives of students, but students are obviously impacting their lives as well. And I believe that will conclude my report for tonight. Thank you.
Maybe we can have Mr. Morrow come present to the board about, bring some students about their experience at UNK.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd be interested in that.
Yep.
All right, action items, 11.1, Westridge request to update secondary logo W.
Any questions?
Make a motion to approve the updated logo as presented.
Mr. Barsness, Ms. Wolf, any discussion? Go ahead and vote. They have a new W, passes. That's awesome. 11.2, agreement for consulting services.
Good evening. Last month I gave you a detailed report on a proposal to continue our work with the table group. Nothing has changed about the proposal since then, and Dr. Grover just shared any enthusiasm or any value that I could have shared much better. So if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Doesn't look like it.
Make a motion to approve the agreement for the consulting services as presented.
Mr. Barsness and Ms. Wolf, any discussion? Okay, go ahead and vote. And motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 11.3, CMBA for Howard and Walnut. Mr. Petch.
Just contract for our last set of our ESSER 3 projects. So if you have any questions, I can answer those.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the Cannon Moss Brigham Associates contract between Grand Island Public Schools, Howard Elementary, and Walnut Middle School as presented.
Mr. Barsness and Mr. Brown, any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes. 11.4, Policy 8220, admission of resident students. Go ahead.
This is a policy we've been working on for a while now, and we presented it for info last month. It's gone back to policy and now on the agenda for action. So, and this is just a reminder that we've been working with DMG Consulting Group to take a look at, across the nation, what is the appropriate, acceptable class size, and so that it is physically responsible and also doable in the classroom. And so this last spring, we went through when we were looking at the staffing plan to identify how many teachers we would need. Also with the difficulty in finding staff, we looked at bands, enrollment bands. So you looked at kindergarten and first of 19 to 23. At 23, we have to find another school classroom for a student. Second to third, 21 to 25, 25 would be the top. And fourth to fifth, 23 to 27. And then high school, we looked at 27 to 30. Again, with secondary capacities will be based on these guidelines. A key piece here, the Board of Education reserves the right to alter capacity standards based upon unique conditions at the individual attendance centers. And we've been working on an equity formula, and we developed an equity formula to identify the SECA teachers, or I'm sorry, the social workers and counselors on, how much time does each school get. We identified an equity formula, but then we had the charge of, we want to make sure there's either a social worker or a counselor in the building every day so that there's some support for behaviors and mental health. So then that kind of skewed that equity formula. But I can just share, just today alone, we had a family in transition, homeless, said, well, we live right now, we were living right across the street from Lincoln. We want to move to from Howard to Lincoln, and then we can just walk to school. Well, then in conversations with Lincoln principal, she said, our fifth grade class isn't at capacity, but we have some high needs students with disabilities. I just don't think it's in the best interest of that new student or the students we have to take the student at the time. So, Holly and I then got together and said, okay, it's in the best interest of this kid to stay at Howard. Let's provide transportation from the house that's right across the street to Howard, because that's where the student has been successful getting the behavior supports needed. And then by the end of the day, the parent had found a house in Howard. So, but it's just to share that it's not taken lightly that, okay, you're at, in fifth grade, you're at 23. Well, you could take 4 more kids, but when you talk to the principal, okay, Robin, this is what we're dealing with. And so we brainstorm that all the time. And sometimes I have to be the bad cop and say, you have to take this kid. And when we have foster parents, families in transition, we have federal laws that say, parents get that decision making. But we try to work with that parent to say, I know you live right across the street, but it's in the best interest to go to this other school. So just to share that when we say hard and fast that, you have to be at 25 or you're going to keep getting students, we really do work with the principals on what's the capacity of your teacher and the kids in that classroom. So just some background, please, I know we've discussed it at length in policy, open to the board to continue that discussion.
So we're a little bit between a rock and a hard place on this because we have a high need district. There's no additional staff to hire and we don't have any money. So, and then we have these bands of students. And as I look at that, I'm like, well, a band seems more flexible. It seems like that would be a good way to go. But because of the high needs in each class, we know that some of our teachers are drowning in their classes just because they might have 23, but if they have 17 with IEPs, or it just becomes an enormous issue. So we really almost have to look at each class individually, and how do we do that? And then how do we make the move to hire more teachers? It's just, and Dr. Schroeder will tell you we don't have any money, so we can bring him up here too if we need to. So, we talked about this last week. I think we've all kind of pondered it over the last month. I don't know what tabling it would do, because I don't know how we're going to change it, and policy's been talking about this for a long time. So we can table it. I don't have a problem tabling it, but I'd like to know what you guys think. Mr. Parsons.
Yeah, I don't know if probably, so my question, if we were to table it, or what would be, Dr. Dexter, because I know that's the hardest thing, again, we have is how much our teachers have. if we were to table it or not table it, are there some immediate, what are some of the immediate side effects, repercussions of doing either one? Because I think what we've, or at least what we've been pondering and what we've talked a little bit is, man, it would sure be nice to have more classroom space, more teachers, more, right? I mean, I think, so how do we make that transition? So if we were to table to just try to figure out more, what does that look like for you, for administrators, for teachers? And this, at the same token, if we move on with it, what does that look like? Could you just share a little bit?
Sure. The sense of urgency is we're starting to go into the staffing plan for 23-24. And so we just need a guide to say we need to add a teacher at STAR because of numbers and needs. Or we need to take a teacher from, say, Gates, because kindergarten's at 16, they're moving into first grade. Do we take a teacher from there to put somewhere else where their numbers are high? So the decision-making base on what is the band and what can we expect. So like at sorry, I can't get my cursor to go here. 26, it's in the pink because that's at the high end. And then that's at Seedling Mile. So they're in third grade. Are we gonna add a teacher at Seedling Mile? When we think about the makeup of that classroom at Seedling Mile, we're probably okay. But those are all the decisions we need to make. And so having that band helps us start the conversation of where we're at, and then digging in with principals to say, okay, what is that fifth grade, what does that third grade makeup look like? And what are your supports? This year we covered classrooms by pulling specialists back into the classroom. It's just not looking good to have more teachers out there. And when you're looking at the number of students graduating from our colleges, they just aren't in education right now. And so this would help us make decisions, informed decisions.
So it really allows for, yes, the conversation to continue. It's not that this is going to be the hard rule, and it's something that we can visit or revisit as we move forward.
Yeah.
Any other words of wisdom out there, Mr. Helinski?
I'm opposed to this big time. I know it's not surprise anybody that's up here. We're taxing our staff big time already. There's teachers literally tripping over students in the classrooms. And I understand that we have to have some kind of an equity there as well. But by making the box bigger doesn't solve anything. And I know there's a lot of yellow on there, and I can't remember who said that, but we're going off of these new numbers, these 19 to 23 and 21, 20, yeah. I mean, you made the box bigger. So of course those numbers are going to reflect on that chart. But I feel like that what we're doing here is we're setting a band here, and in that band, we're telling them this is how many people you're going to have. This is how many people you have to educate. That's fine. Where's the support for the teacher in that? Because we're short on everything. We have furniture we can't even put in classrooms, it sounds like, anymore, because we've got to make room for the students. We're taxing the teachers to the point of breaking, and I'm afraid this is going to make everything worse. And I'm afraid this is going to make it very, very difficult for us to go forward and finding new teachers because our classrooms is already at capacity in some spots. I know it's not everywhere, but we're only going to be getting bigger. And I'm afraid if we set a policy that basically says what this is saying, it's hard to go backwards. It's hard to go backwards with numbers. So I just asked everybody up here on the board that if we are going to vote on this, that you please think about those teachers that are out the door at 7 o'clock and don't get back in until 5, because there is so much work to be done, because they have a servant's heart. They are our greatest allies in educating these kids. And there is just got to be another solution, whether it's somehow finding the money, somehow finding the teachers, somehow finding the paras. Something has to be a better idea than this, because we're trying to shove as many people into a room as possible, and at some point something's going to break, and it's going to be mentally, and we're just not going to be able to reach these kids, and the teachers are going to be so tired and so taxed that they're not going to want to teach anymore. I'm one of them. I don't teach anymore. I got out of teaching because I was burned out. And there's teachers out there that have been doing this a heck of a lot longer than I've been doing it. My mother, 38 years in middle school, and junior high. And I applaud those teachers, and I applaud the new teachers that are coming up. And you're absolutely right. There aren't enough people going into it. I believe the report I read was there's 318,000 less people going into education than there was even when I was looking at education back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But I don't know the answer, and I hate saying that because, okay, if you disagree with me, tell me why and give me the idea of what you have. I don't have it, but I do know this is not it. This will not solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Linsky.
I guess my question is, because I think there is the reality that there are teachers that are taxed. There's a lot, right? I agree with you. I've also heard from teachers that are doing fantastic, that there's not an issue. So I would just caution, just because of the power of misunderstanding and power and people twisting what's happening, right? How is it happening? Because I heard this is something that allows us to have the conversation of where do we get the money? Where do we get the staff? How do we support for staff? That's what I heard. But as I hear you speaking, I hear something completely different that I think you're understanding, right? And so does that make sense? I don't know that it's every classroom, every single teacher, right? Those extremes. I think we need to definitely look at. I think we all agree we need to support our teachers and staff, resources, time. How do we do that? That's the how that I can figure out with you as well. Saying how do we support them, and that's what I was asking. What is the impact? The right away. What's the impact that if we table it or not table it? If this allows for the administrators, the teachers, the principals to continue to have the conversation, I guess I didn't hear as soon as we approve this, we just get more students in the classroom. Because the other thing is, our community is growing, so what are we going to do? So I think we need to, that's the next conversation, right? How do we get those resources? So I guess I'm not in disagreement entirely with you. I'm just kind of trying to clarify the message that I heard versus what I heard you say, just so that the passion of what we're trying to do is the same. Because I think, yes, our teachers, there's a lot, yeah. Then I've heard from other teachers that are like, it's working, we need to figure it out. It's a bigger issue of resources, state aid and all that stuff. So how do we take that as a bigger conversation versus just one single item? So that's a point of clarification on my end, I guess.
Ms. Sinkle.
So having done this for a while and knowing that the changes in the TOSA formula and how we get funded, I think it's safe to say that we all would appreciate and like the smaller class sizes. But reality is 80 to 85% of our budget is already on human resource cost. So we don't have the ability to pay for many more teachers than we already have. Unless the legislature changes back to what they used to do, which was they would give you extra money if you kept classes at 20. But they only did that for a few years because it cost a lot. And we already know what our incoming governor wants to do with school funding, and it will reduce what we get. So it will be even harder for us to have enough money or have more teachers. And if they are successful in getting passage of tax credits to go to private and parochial schools, it will reduce our funding. So there is a reality. There's what we want to do, what we believe is the right thing to do, but unfortunately, we don't get to generate our own revenue. We don't get to say how much money we're gonna get. We're all dependent. And we have looked at the budget. We know that there's very little we can do to cut and find more money. But even if we find the additional money, then you have to find the additional teachers. And I've been talking to people, school board members from Lincoln and Omaha and Kearney, their classes are a lot higher than ours. They'd be grateful if we had this. I mean, what the Herculean efforts to get us to where we are, knowing where the shortage was in teachers, is still amazing to me. And I'm so grateful for everyone that has stepped up and taken a different role. So appreciate that. So I understand, like I said, we all want to have smaller class sizes. And the fact that in this policy it says the board reserves the right to alter capacity based on unique conditions, to me, that is, and what you just said today about, you know, like that student living across Lincoln, while these bands are there to help us plan, we still have the ability to alter things. So they are not hard and fast. That we're still saying that we're going to look at each individual case. And the other thing too is we know and we talked about it earlier, we don't have enough paraeducators, special or regular. And unless we can pay them more, we're not going to get more, because they can make more in a, you know, industry job, service job. So I will do what because I'm going off the board, I will do what the rest of the board wants to do, because I think it's important, but I just need to, we need to understand that there are things beyond our control. I mean, we have got to advocate like crazy this legislative session to get the money. But I know you don't like it, but you've got to have a different response. Then tell us what we need to do. Tell us how we get more money. Tell us how we get more teachers. And that part of the policy to me is the saving grace, that we can alter it when we know we need to. And I kind of agree with Carlos. There may be a couple of classes that you're describing, but I don't think that's the entire district. I think that's kind of the 80-20 rule. So.
Mrs. Juergens.
This is such a challenging topic, and I have given this a tremendous amount of thought. I know that each of my fellow board members have as well. This is not something that I think any one of us takes very lightly at all. I do want to say just a couple of things, and I don't mean to sound repetitive, but let me just preface this with saying I am not a person who lives in black and white. I drive some people crazy because I live in the land of gray. I think we move on a sliding scale, and I think that nuances and caveats and all the pieces that are realistic to our being living bodies, that makes us undefined by a black and white scale. For that reason, to repeat what Bonnie said, which is written in this proposed policy, the Board of Education reserves the right to alter capacity standards based upon unique conditions at the individual attendance centers. That for me is everything that makes this okay. If that wasn't there, I don't know how this would be actionable, in my opinion. It is your story as an example, and I would hope that that story, even as much pressure as that puts on our staff, and you, Dr. Dexter, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for doing what you did for that student and that student's family at that time. But that really must be the rule in general. That couldn't be an exception to the rule, right? I think about what Carlos read, our mission at the beginning of this board meeting, and I really tried to take that in whenever I sit here and whenever I sit at my house and I'm on a Zoom call with you fine folks, looking a disaster, but I'm there. And I will tell you that I think that it is these unique stories and these unique individuals who need us to step up for them, that's what makes me need to say yes on this. And earlier today, I was like, do we not? We've talked about this, how much? If there was a solution that said we could find money here and bring more warm bodies in the room today, let's do it. In fact, please, and also, I want to just challenge our community. If you have ideas, bring them to the table. Bring them to us. There's a Let's Talk button on our website right now. You could click on it right now. If you have great ideas, if you have an idea that you're not even sure if it's great, I want to know. That's why it's called Let's Talk. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm probably yelling. But this is just like so not simple. It is not black and white. This is the land of gray because our students are in the land of gray. So we need to step up to those individual needs, and that piece in this proposed policy makes this okay with me.
Carlos?
No, I just think, again, it's just a tough one. And I'm sure, think the hardest thing for me, and that's one of the things that's always, it's hard in our community, it's that many times in these conversations, the last ones that we're thinking of is the students. And that those students are someone's kids, right? And unfortunately, that's the message that we have in our community. So it's tough. That's why I asked that question of maybe it is to continue to task the conversation of with this is something we can't just continue to table, or we have to figure something out. And maybe is it cut somewhere? Is it, it's those hard conversations that we can't just shy away from and think, oh, well, if we just do all this will be fine. It's tough because I spend time with our community and our kids in our community, and I know our teachers do too. So I feel comfortable, and again, I think we share the same message of we need to figure something out of how we continue to provide support for those teachers that are that need it the most because of the needs of students, because of the resources I think that's what we need to do. And what I heard you say is that this just allows for us to continue that conversation that could be revisited as many times as it needs to. So I feel comfortable with that, keeping in mind, our students. Because I was at the high school a couple weeks ago talking to students, and I hear the students saying, I also want to feel heard from my teachers. I also want to be appreciated by my teachers. So let's not forget our students. So I'm comfortable with, again, kind of Bonnie. If there's something that you feel we can table and just continue this conversation in a robust manner, go for it.
And I just, when you talked about the high school, when you look at the freshmen is their biggest class, and needing to staff that. And so being able to, what are our priorities? Are these bands help us to staff elementary? Middle school, our 8th grade going into freshman next year is even bigger. So, there's some staffing needs there as well. It's just, where do you start and where do you prioritize, and how do you help people hang in there?
Bonnie, do you have something else?
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question. So as you're working through this, and you work through that situation today, I guess from the experts, from what you're hearing from maybe Dr. Grover as well, do you think that these are good or bad, or would you like to see a change? Or
it's been helpful to me to have the bands. When you look at the way it used to be, 20, principals call me and say, I'm at 19, when I get to 20, you gotta get another teacher, right? Nah. And so the bands help, and then that paragraph that, it's just like Star and Selena called, and she said, I know our numbers are low in kindergarten, but you gotta understand first-year teachers, high needs population, EL, SPED, kids that are in trauma and crisis but haven't been identified yet. And so you can see that Star kindergarten is 15 in each class. And so I try to protect that. And you look at Stolly, because they're close. I tried to move some kids there to get their numbers up, and then I hear from Whitney, okay, when are you going to stop? And so that's just, I don't know if I'm the gatekeeper, but I really do try to listen, and I go in and look at to really know. And a few years back, when we had the previous numbers, I would go into Synergy and check because principals do advocate for their teachers in their building, and some of them would stretch their numbers a little bit. So when Dr. Dahl created my Dr. Dexter's Place to Check tab. It's updated every day, and I can go in and say, well, I don't know where you're getting your numbers, but my numbers are this. Tell me more. And so those are the conversations I have daily and often. And they are tough decisions. You know, I am so worried. Newell, Nate's on me all the time. You're not going to take any more. You're not going to send me any more. And we've had to move another families in transition. We moved them to Lincoln, and because we couldn't take them at Newell. And I know you don't probably like my stories, but this family showed up. Mom had flip-flops on that were barely held together. And when I said, well, can we get them to Lincoln to enroll? And Mom said, we don't have a car. And so now we have another van picking up kids who are in transition and getting to schools that do have room. So those are the stories we work with every day. And I know some of you don't know me, that I'm not the black and white. And I listen, and I try to always put that kid and that family first. Also knowing that this teacher's going, Robin, I can't take any more.
Right.
Yeah, and
Thank you, Robin.
I think we all, and that's what we know. We know that there's a lot of that. We know that. And I know that if you had answers, you would bring them already. If it sounds like if we had an ideal world, if we had the space and the money, or if we had the money to hire more teachers, we could allow for doing that, right? It sounds like one of the issues is resources for teachers. Could you give us just a little bit, what are some of the resources that our district needs so that we can continue to support staff?
Yeah, we're short special ed support. EL, we have 30 EL students in a classroom at Bar right now. These are kids that are first generation to the United States without any English, and there are 30 in a class. Yeah, and that's too many. Can we find an EL teacher? Can we find a para? I mean, we are out there looking. We're trying to increase salaries. We need support staff. And, you know, just like at Jefferson with that high number, they have some high special ed needs in that classroom. And we've pulled and parceled out people to be there to support. And when you talk about space is becoming an issue in some of our schools. Okay, we can get a teacher, but we don't have a classroom. But if we could get a teacher to go into that classroom and be another set of hands to help that classroom teacher, that would be a next step. But it's to support that classroom teacher first with the needed specialized resources. That's what I see.
That was a great question, Carlos. Okay, so I think I'm going to go get some coffee. And Dr. Bros.
I almost hesitate to ask this question, but Robin, do you still do the old cohort where you try to determine what our enrollment is going to be next year? And go ahead.
Mr. Gerhardt took that on.
All right, but I'm just curious, what are we looking at? What do we think we're looking at for next year for increased enrollment at the elementary, which will impact what we're doing right here?
Yeah, and Corey helped me. Kindergarten first are going to stay our lower numbers. We're real concerned about when you look at the it's supposed to be purple, but we have this classroom, first grade, going to second. There are going to be some decisions there.
Yeah, then there's a double at third that we're following.
Yeah, and there's the third.
In addition to the 8th grade. And Dr. Dexter, if you scroll down just a little bit on your chart there, there's some. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to avoid folks tonight.
Yeah, okay. Don't touch my computer.
I won't touch anything. So you might want to scroll down just a little bit there. Basically, when we looked at the cohorts that are coming in, we don't yet have the Bureau of Vital Statistics data for Nebraska for this year, which would be our kindergartners from 16 that are coming in, but it does look like our kindergarten classes are tapering off. So we did have a bubble that's rising up into 3rd grade. We're also monitoring the middle schools, as Dr. Dexter mentioned, in 9th through 12th, so that's going to happen. One of the things that, you know, we analyzed when we did this was what is the average class size in our K-5 classes today? And I guess maybe it's on another tab that isn't Dr. Dexter's tab, but really, the reality is the numbers that were used previously were guidelines, right? It's still. And it was about the perception that people were taking from it. If I see a 20 and I go to 21, then that's another teacher in that classroom. Those decisions were never automatic from that time either. When you look at the average class size overall, the calculated from last year's average class size to this year's, it went up 1. So even by using the area that we're in and all of the strain that we're under with our staffing today, and starting the process of looking at what do we have to do in order to staff our classrooms, that ultimately led to the discussions around these bands, ended up changing it by 1. Now there's certainly classrooms, and we can go find them where there's a lot of kids in them. There's the space in that classroom is an issue too. But we still have a number of classrooms that are in that range. And it's like 20 and 21, and I'll get the exact numbers here in a minute. But essentially, even when the bands go up to 27, our average class size is still around 21. So. Except in some classes. Correct, absolutely. And that's the classrooms when Dr. Dexter's talking about, these are the things that we do to help support the teachers in those cases.
And that's where we could use, like, if there was is the immediate, if we could find support staff, is that like the most immediate thing that could help solve it? If we asked parents to drive their students to a different school, what are some of the immediate things that could help with this?
Filling SPED positions and EL positions. And we have the positions, we just don't have the body. And that's and that's classified and certified.
So what I'm hearing is we need a money tree. I should probably dust off my ELL endorsement and review SIOP classroom models again and the lesson plans.
Yeah.
But what I was just gonna say, no matter what, there's no perfect answer. There's no such thing as perfect. And a decision, needs to be made. And for the sake of redundancy, I will state in there what has already been said a handful of times by my fellow board members, is that, there's that great saying that the Board of Education reserves the right to alter capacity standards based upon unique conditions at the individual attendance centers, whether that's one classroom, the entire campus, et cetera, and so forth. And Dr. Dexter is doing the hard work in regards to making sure that we're trying to meet those needs. So when the question is brought up, like, hey, could we ask parents to drive that student to school X over school A? Remember, we have our families in transition that don't have those options or that privilege. And so we do have to work with some of our limitations as well. So I just wanted to reiterate, we're working with what we have within the constraints that are here, and until the money tree gets planted in the legislature, we have to work with what's here.
Bonnie.
So I wanted to mention, I think, I can't see if he's still here or not, but Mr. Court, we got quite a few more student teachers next semester, correct?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Court.
I was thinking.
I think I know, but.
But to Carlos's question about what can we do immediately, having a student teacher should help with some of this, correct? I mean, I realize that they're not fully up to speed and they're here to kind of learn themselves, but it would be that extra body. Or no?
Not necessarily. It all depends on, and especially now, the program that we have in order to try to accelerate student teachers getting in the classroom, you know, on their own, et cetera. We can't guarantee that a teacher will have that extra person.
Okay.
I mean, but just to kind of maybe bring the conversation home, I know we talked a lot about, you know, finances, and that is certainly one piece of it, and we certainly want to acknowledge that it's a continuous process of where we are here, but we are in much better shape than what we've been. The other part of this is the commitment that these bands, that it brings to our teachers. Number one, when we say that we're not going to go over 28 students, 23 students, 27 students, we have not done that. We have honored that cutoff that we're not going to add more students to your classroom, and that has proven itself out. And Corey's going to pull the numbers, but when you do look at the classrooms where the percentages fall, you have far more classrooms that are within the band than outside of the band. We are a large, complex system. We're trying to serve more than 10,000 kids. You have to have a system. I do want to remind the board that you contracted with DMG to come in and to do a study. Before, when we were going through this band process, we consulted with these experts who run these type of formulas. And Dr. Dexter has proven it time and time again. We are data informed, but we're values driven. We run the numbers, we look at these, but we also take into account the personalized, individualized situations. That happens all the time. But we can't hire just based on something arbitrary. We have to have some type of model. And the other thing about this is that it's transparent. It's more transparent now than it's ever been. We can pull it up at any time. You can see any classroom across this district, and you can see how many students are in this classroom. And of course, yes, we have some classrooms, you have a few more kids than what you would like to have this year, but next year you might have the smaller class. It continues to ebb and flow. So from an overall system standpoint, that's what we're running, is a system. This is a process for us moving that forward. And not to mention, when we're talking about how we best utilize our resources, we were able to bring back resources of what the teachers requested when they wanted their counselors back in the classroom. If we had not had this model, if we had not taken this step, the counselors would not be back in the classroom. So we're making decisions all the time in terms of what are the relevant needs that are in front of us and how do we work in order to try to meet the objectives that are in front of us. And 3 years from now, you might have something different. 4 years from now, you might. We continue to evolve as our needs are presented to us. And I do want to commend Dr. Dexter and the principals because they've all been part of these conversations. We all want the highest and best, and I do think we do the highest and best with what we have to work with.
And so then, just my last comment was, I think that we need to understand that if we do vote on this tonight or move it forward, it's not saying that we don't value teachers and that we're not hearing them, because I think that's why everyone is struggling, is we do highly value the teachers and we do want to respect them, and, we have heard them. So this isn't a yes vote on this doesn't say that we are not respecting teachers or listening to them. It's just simply kind of what Dr. Grover just said too. I think we're all very supportive of the teachers. I know that from our conversations, and that, we all would value smaller class sizes if it was possible.
This just might be a good thing to revisit, just that chart every couple of months or something, and just have you do a quick report and bring it back. But thank you, Dr. Dexter, for all of that. And thank you, board members, for all of your candid comments. I appreciate it. But I think we're going to put this to a vote and just kind of see what happens. Okay.
And thank you. Tough decisions.
Do you want to do the motion?
Discussion. Make a motion to approve the policy 8220, admission of resident students as presented.
Mr. Barsonis and Dr. Bros, any additional discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And motion passes. All right, 12 reports. Do you have a foundation report tonight? Okay, Mrs. Jurgens.
The Foundation Board approved 9 classroom mini grants totaling $9,496 in the Round 1 review. These grants will impact 1,300 students. The first round included funding from the new Janeth Davis Memorial Fund. The Foundation announced its gratitude for all the outstanding support for our inaugural Harvest fundraiser. We are appreciative of all the support of GIPS staff, administration, boards, both GIPS and GIPS Foundation, as well as an overwhelming support from the community. We are ecstatic to announce that Harvest raised over $141,000. Thank you to everyone for your stupendous generosity. The Foundation will be hosting a scholarship essay workshop for GISH seniors. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
And their parents on November 14th in the Little Theater at Gish. The GIPS Foundation is partnering with Gear Up and the Greater Grand Island Community Foundation to offer a scholarship fair for our students and parents at the Islander Annex building on Thursday, December 1st. There will be presentations on the local scholarship applications and booths for students and parents to visit. Several college partners have agreed to be there, as well as EduQuest and Gish Academy principals and counselors. Including in the event will be no-cost headshots for students. The Foundation's college scholarship online application will open December 1st and is accessible on our website, gipsfoundation.org. And then finally, the Foundation will be launching our High Five event on Giving Tuesday. This will be an opportunity to give the Foundation and give a shout out to GIPS staff members. A $5 donation will give you the opportunity to send a direct message to the person of your choice. A direct link will be on our website, gipsfoundation.org, and that concludes the Foundation's report.
Thank you, Mrs. Jurgens. And NASB monthly update, we all get those emailed to us. Feel free to take a peek at that. 13, executive session for the purpose of GIEA negotiations, because it is in the best interest of the public to discuss these matters in closed session.
Make a recommendation for the board to convene to executive session for the purpose of discussing GIEA negotiations.
Mr. Barsness, Dr. Bros, any discussion? Go ahead and vote.
Second.
Dr. Burrows, Mr. Barsonis, any discussion about reconvening? Please vote. We have a quorum. Yeah, I think we all
He's
know.
still not defined.
I think we all. Okay,